Guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. Man, I had a rough day yesterday. I stayed asleep all day. I went to go take one of those naps, one of those I'm just gonna take a little nap, and then I didn't wake up until I was like, huh? Huh? Where am I? Huh? It was like 6:30 in the morning by the time I woke up. Yeah, maybe I just needed to sleep, you know. 7 straight days of streaming 8 to 12 hours a day every single day. Maybe I just needed a nap, guys. Speaking of, I gotta go to work tonight, unfortunately, so tonight's stream will not be the longest. But that's okay. We're gonna have some fun nonetheless. Let's get the intro pumping and then let's step right in. I am alive. I think I want to play on my Druid today. I need to swap over some gear. I need to do some gear swapping. Hop into voice chat too. Looks like we got Foss in here. What's up, Foss?
Sup.
Sup.
Hey, a mal and two ists, is that worth trading to get a Vex?
A Mal and 2 ists for a Vex. You have the Mal and 2 ists, or they have the Mal and 2 ists?
I have a mal and two ists.
Oh, and you're trying to get a Vex?
Yeah, I want Flickering Flame for the Enchantress.
Well, a Mal is a half an ist. And
Right.
an ist is an ist. You have 2 ists. What does ist go to again? Ist goes to what? Gull?
Yeah, I think it goes to goal.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
two ists go to Gull.
So you basically have one. You have 0.6 of a Vex there. That's a pretty.
That's a tall order.
It's not quite the amount that you'd need. So 2 gulls is a Vex, and 2 ists is a gull, and 2 mals is an ist. So you have 1/2 of an ist, and you have 2 ists, which is 1 gull rune. So you basically have a gull and a half an ist. A Vex is 2 gull runes, so you have the 2 ists is essentially equivalent to a half of a Vex, and then the half of the mal, which is a half of an ist, is I don't even know what that would be, 0.10, a tenth. It'd be like a tenth, or maybe I'm not really sure. I think a 15th. So you're looking at you're shy by at least another half, a little under a half, but pretty much a half. So you need another 2 ists would probably get you there.
Because on Traderie, a guy's asking for, it says he's got a Vex, at least if I read Traderie right. And he's asking either 3 ists or 2 ists and a mal. And I have 2 ists and a mal.
Well, if he wants to trade it to you for that, then take him up on the up.
Okay,
Basically, he's asking for less than it's worth.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was a good deal.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like you have a deal there which is advantageous to you. That's why I was asking, are you the one making the trade with the 2 ists and the mal, or are they the ones making the trade with the 2 ists and the mal? If you were on the other side and you had the Vex and somebody else wanted to trade your 2 ists and a mal for a Vex, I would tell you no. But since you're on the other side and he has the Vex and he wants to trade his Vex for 2 ists and a mal, then by all means, you're on the superior side of that trade. What's up, Frank? What's up, Bulltrons LLC? What's up, Jasmine? What's up, everybody? How many people I got on Kick now? It's been a couple days since I checked. 70 out of 75. What is this? I need 5 more people over there, guys. Come on, what is this? You're not slacking.
I don't have a Kick account.
You don't slack.
Guess I could make one.
I mean, I just need 5 people. I'm so close.
Also,
I'm
it's
so
if
close.
it's my first time using Traderie, are they apt to say no because they don't know like my history? I don't have a history,
I mean,
basically.
you do get basically like a little, you get a with a ranking or whatever, right? They put a ranking on your little file, and they're like he did really good. I'm proud of him. And then they more apt to maybe trust you next time. I mean, I don't know. I guess. Like, I haven't really paid attention to it. For the most part, I've never really had any trouble with trading with people on Traderie. So the rating usually hasn't meant anything to me. If anything, the rating on Traderie actually almost always usually is the opposite. I usually take it as a negative sign. So if their ranking is really, really high on Traderie, if they've got like 1,300 trades on Traderie or something stupid like that, I actually kind of just assume that they're some sort of like professional bot service, or they're using it to like proliferate items through JSP and things like that. Oh, thank you for dying for the sub. In other words, like that they're not normal people who are trading, because nobody has like 1,000+ trades on Traderie. That's not like, you might make anywhere between like maybe like 10 to 100 trades a season, and there's only been like 10 seasons. So even if you made 10 to 100 trades per season for 10 straight seasons, you might be looking at 1,000. So like anybody over 1,000 in my book is got to be some sort of like bot or bot farmer or bot manager, like JSP trade account manager or something, or they're literally just there to like exploit people, which, one way or the other. Most of the people with well over like 2,000 plus like trades, like when they have like 2,000 plus next to their name, they're usually just trying to scam you in some way. The scams might not be apparent to you, but they are indeed scamming. One of the scams that I've seen the most on there, which is a really simple one, which is where they post items that don't exist, just simply to draw attention to them. 13 to 16 hibernal. Like, say for instance you wanted like a really perfect item, right? And you go on there and you look. I can even show you. Like, it doesn't even take but like 2 seconds, right? So let's do like a little bit of a search and let's try and find something. So let's go and look for like I don't know, like let's go to the main page here, and I'll show you exactly the kind of people that I'm talking about when it comes to these like scammers on here, and I generally just avoid them like the plague whenever they see them. So let's do enhanced damage. We'll do ethereal status, right? So this is the easiest one. We'll just do enhanced damage, minimum like 300% enhanced. And what you'll find usually when you search for things like this, if I can get Traderie to behave for me today, is you'll find people like this. They got these like crazy, like profile pictures. Like, they're usually like Chinese accounts. They're like full 5-star reviews, and they'll post like these items that are like basically perfect, that for whatever reason I can tell don't actually seem to exist, and they usually end up putting the price tag on here as like 3 2020 like bear claws, or like, which is basically like a perfect charm essentially, right? If you have a 3 2020, it's a very valuable charm. And anytime I see people that are posting items like this, and they immediately put up like 3 2020s and things like that, and they have like well over like 200 to 300 like reviews on their account, not even trades, but like reviews on their account, I immediately know that a lot of these people aren't even like real people. They're just, or these items aren't even real items. Like, a lot of the times, like, you go to message them, and even if you had the stuff to buy them, like, they don't even like talk to you or contact you. They just have these items up here constantly, and they post them up all the time for trade, even if nobody's actually ever going to trade for the item. Like, here's another one, Chaz 1980, with an item up here for 130 jaw runes, or 2x bear claws, 20 to life, and all resistances 5. Like Traderie seems to be full of these people. I don't know who they are or what they are, or I can't really like enunciate like the behavior that they exuberate, but they're basically trash. They're like a cancer on Traderie, and they don't actually want to trade anything. They just post items up here specifically either to A, show them off, B, that they don't exist and they just want to have like an active listing for an item that doesn't exist, or C, they are exactly what I explained earlier, which is they're either bot farmers or they're JSP traders trying to like filter items through, like almost like money laundering, basically, like taking an item and like laundering it through, like money laundering wise. It's very odd. Like it's very odd behavior. So like normally when I see these accounts, especially the ones that have a profile picture and have like well over 300 reviews and have this for the item, I generally just like skip right over those people. I've tried to trade with them. I've tried to barter with them, figure out items. I've tried to buy simple stuff from them, and most of the time it's just horrible. Like dealing with these people. I try to block them, but quite honestly, there's so many of the ones like this that are just it's awful. Usually I end up looking for the people that don't have like a bunch of trades on their name. I think the people that actually don't have a bunch of trades on their name are actually better and easier to deal with usually than the ones that do. So like when you're on here and you see somebody with like 1 to like 56, like this person right here, like 56 whole trades, it's probably going to respond almost instantaneously. You're going to have a good trade. It's going to be easy. They'll barter with you. Like you can, haggle back and forth for the item. Like it's really easy stuff. As soon as you see somebody like this, profile picture, got like 250 plus trades, like you almost immediately know this is going to be a bull crap trade. You're not going to be able to ever get this. So you might as well just scroll right on past it and don't even pay attention to it. Just scroll right on by. Don't even look them in the eye, okay? Don't look them in the eye. If you look them in the eye, they might
Okay,
stop.
so I offered and he accepted. So now how do I get...
There should be
How
a
do I get
message thing that's gonna pop up. Once you got the message thing popping up, then you're gonna go and message him. You're gonna figure out like what server each other's on. You're gonna message the game name to him, figure out what region. If he's on a different region, you might have to swap regions. There's a couple different things that happen there.
Yeah, he's Asia, so I've already swapped over to Asia, and I see...
So then you join his game and you do the trade. And then once the trade is completed, you go on a Traderie and mark that the trade has been completed.
Okay, I see now. I think we're messaging back and forth here.
Yep. Hey, what's up, Big Pimpin'? I see I got the Big Pimpin' with the B-I-G. Oh, 72 out of 75. Only 3 more peoples, boys. I can do it. Then I can apply to affiliate. To the affiliate status. I can make pennies. I can make my pennies, boys. Because I can make my pennies. Okay, so I want to swap over to my Druid. Gotta swap pieces of equipment here. Oop. Oop.
I made my principal armor the other day.
Nice, you having fun with it?
It's just great to smite something and then just kill things in a line.
That's the way it works. Alright. To the Druid. Hey, Batman 199. Thank you for the follow. Alright. What does that bring me to? I'm going to apply on stream. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Am I done with YouTube? Nah, of course not. I dual stream to like all platforms. I'm streaming to literally every platform right now. I'm streaming to YouTube. I'm streaming to Twitch. I'm streaming to Kick. I'm streaming to Facebook. I'm streaming to X, Twitter. I'm streaming to Twitter. Like, I don't care. Where do you want to view me at? I'm gonna be on everything. I'm gonna stream to your TV next. You're gonna like pull up your TV, and I'm gonna be like on Nickelodeon or something. Let's go.
I didn't know that X had a streaming thing.
They do have a streaming thing. I'm streaming there as well. I can pull it up. Let's see.
The more you know.
See, look, I'm live right now on X. That's the live on X. Let's see.
The more you know.
I don't care. I'll stream everywhere. I pay for this service. It's a multi-streaming service, and like the multi-streaming service allows me to stream to any platform I want, like multiple platforms. So it doesn't cost me a penny extra. I'm paying for the service one way or another to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So it costs me literally nothing extra to just stream to multiple platforms at the same time. So I might as well stream to, 2, 3, 4, 5 platforms at the same time. Why not? What does that hurt me?
As long as people
It
are watching, why
doesn't
not?
hurt me. Well, even if people aren't watching, doesn't matter to me. Like if just one person pulls up X and finds me on X, and that's how they discover my channel, then it's worth it. Even if it was just one person. Just a single uno buno. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little unos. So I can put you in there. My sound seems slightly off. Let me try restarting my interface. I love lamp. What? What's a lamp? You love lamp? What's a lamp? Deactivate. Deactivate. Activate. Reactivate.
Ah. Next TZ is Tombs.
Tombs?
I got a second fire and a cold sunder today in the Crystalline Passage.
Nice. I'm just hoping I can get a burr rune or something like that.
Your mama didn't make a poll today? She did make a poll.
All right.
Poll has
I got
been
my Vex.
created. Nice. Good luck on your flickering flame roll. The roll of the flickering flame. 1 little, 2 little flickering flame. 4 little, 5 little flickering flame.
I mean, I still need a pull, but I should be able to get one of those from the Countess eventually.
4 little, 5 little flickering flame. What's that today? It's Luco Lane Sewers. Not the best place for me. What's your range monsters in here? I like it. Mean
Oh, yeah.
range monsters.
I also got a pair of goblin toes.
Goblin toes are nice. That's crushing blow.
All I'm missing is Astrons.
They don't quite have the run walk speed, but you get used to charging around everywhere. You don't really even need it.
Yeah, I've been
Hmm.
Definitely makes Andy farming a lot a lot better. Although I wish I had teleport sometimes.
He teleported away from me. I mean, Andy farming is usually something I don't do on North Star Miner, but I suppose you could.
I got bored. And I think it was the other day when one of our guys got a Soj, and I was like, I want a Soj.
Yeah, good luck. I farmed for I farmed for weeks on end with no Sojas dropping, so you won't get one. You won't get one through sheer force of will, that's for sure. It's either going to come completely randomly, or it's going to be something that happens through like sheer persistence. One or the other.
I didn't expect anything to drop, which nothing did, but I was hopeful. That's all you can ask for sometimes.
So with the Traderie messaging system, I actually don't rely on the Traderie messaging system at all. There's actually a Discord link up, and the only way that I ever know that I have a notification is through the Discord bot link up, which I would highly recommend that everyone use.
Yeah, because the website is pretty poor for that.
Yeah, I don't even bother with the website. So when I get a message on Traderie for something that I have, you know, like up, it will pop up a notification through the Traderie bot. So the Traderie bot messages me. This is the Traderie bot right here. And you can clearly see that, like, every time I've ever gotten a notification, like, you know, made an offer for your burr rune, like, if you set up through the Traderie bot, like, the Traderie bot will automatically message you on Discord, and that's how I know that I have messages on Traderie. I never, ever, ever, like, look on Traderie and actually, like take a look to see if I have a message on Traderie through the Traderie system. Like, it just doesn't ever happen that way. I never get the notification on Traderie. I never get the sound. It never plays me anything. I never know anything has happened on Traderie unless I go deliberately look on Traderie. Instead, what I do is I just rely on the bot. And whenever the bot sends me a message, it usually pops up like right here. And as soon as it pops up right here, I see that I have a message. It shows the Traderie bot, you know, like icon, and I know that I've got some sort of message on Traderie, and then I go check. Like, I've never, ever, 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 ever relied on the actual Traderie website to send me messages. The bot, however, is very reliable. I tell people this all the time. Every time they tell me that they're having trouble, like, getting messages on Traderie, I tell them to hook up Discord to the bot, and, like, most of them that do it literally never look back. They don't look back at it. The people who refuse to do it still have problems. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all.
I haven't had problems yet, but I'll probably eventually do that.
It's super easy to do. Once you get it set up, the bot will just automatically message you whenever you have an active trade going on, or somebody wants to offer you on anything, or even when somebody messages you, it'll tell you when somebody messages you as well. Should have showed you 2 years ago. I think I've showed everybody every single time anybody has ever told me that they had problems with Traderie's messaging system. I literally show it to them every single time, and have done it on live stream multiple times. Don't know how else I can go tell it from the mountain. I feel like I need to just start singing the song. Go tell it on the mountain. The Traderie's bot is really good. Go tell it on the mountain. Hook up the damn robot. 'Cause if you don't hook up the robot, you suck. And your mama's a hoe and she likes to shuck oysters down by the river bank. And she never gets a message when her gas tank's empty. So hook up the damn robot if you want to get messages from the top. It'll serve them to you hot and ready like Little Caesars. But you won't get no cheese sauce. So go tell it on the mountain. The Traderie's bot is way better than relying on the website. Tell it from the mountaintop, yeah. You little, 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 you little, 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 you little, 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 you little, little, little. Light aura, death. So many archers. Holy Jesus. Undead Stoneskin Dreadfester. Ice Wolf. Magic resistant extra fast mana burn. Vile Widow the Hunter. Cold enchanted Stoneskin or enchanted. Dude, that's like 3, I think it's actually 4 elite archer packs in one place. I walked around that corner and I knew I was dead. Juvies or not, man, I knew I was gone. Look, how many elites do you need in one little place like that?
Okay, so would 30 perfect gems be worth a pull?
Perfect gems
No.
are highly valuable for re-rolling items. You could also potentially re-roll charms on your own and get something worth way more than a pull, but that's up to you. It's a gamble. For instance, if you were to re-roll a Grand Charm from one of the TZs at level 91 or higher, and you were to obtain for yourself, say, like a 10 max damage, 45 life Grand Charm, that thing would sell for roughly around 20 to 30 jaw runes. So, in your brain, like it's really, why are these items valuable? So why are the perfect gems valuable? Because they're reroll. They used for rerolls. Could I potentially achieve with these rerolls? Like, could I get more than a pull rune for these? Maybe. The answer is maybe. Like, you could reroll some charms and you could end up with something way more valuable than a pull rune, or you could just bust out and you could reroll like 100 charms and end up with nothing. Like, I've gone both ways. So I've wasted a bunch of gems before, gotten nothing, and I've wasted a bunch of gems before and just like made bank and got like jaws and burrs for the item that came out of it. It's really up to you whether you want to gamble it or you want to go the safer route and you want to get the pull rune for your gems. Amethyst and rubies are generally worth more, so you usually want to like set those aside when you're doing like a P-gem sale, because usually when people are purchasing P-gems, they're not technically purchasing like crafting gems. They're purchasing gems specifically for the purposes of re-rolling like blues. Take your amethyst and your rubies, put those in a different set because that's a crafting set. You can put those together with, if you don't want to craft, you can put those together with crafting items. So you can do like amethyst with Ral runes and jewels, and you can sell those as like crafting sets, and you can do like a set of 10 like crafting like caster amulets or something. You can get pretty good money for those. I'm not sure the exact price at this particular moment, but it's all valuable depending on what you're going to do and whether you're going to do anything with it. So perfect gems always have a value. Skulls always have a value. Perfect skulls. You can also get pretty good value for any crafting items, crafting runes like Rals and what's the trying to think of a couple other ones. Soul runes is the caster ring recipe. There's also the safety amulet, which is Thul runes, but Thul runes tend to be a little bit less sought after than the Ral runes. So like Ral runes in general, if you get a whole bunch of Ral runes together, I think you can take like 40 Ral runes and you can trade them for something. I can't remember the exact like trade off there, but it's the same. But it's the same thing all over again. So like if you end up with a 220 sorceress amulet with like all res and like strength, that is worth like anywhere between like 10 and 20 jaw runes. So like, it's really a trade-off of, do you want just to get the cheap currency now, or do you want to try and get something that's even more valuable later? It's all gambling though, right? Like you're basically just gambling. So either you're gambling yourself, or you're feeding the materials to the people that are gambling. One way or the other. Yeah, either you're at the slot machine pulling the wheel, or you're bringing the drinks to the person who's at the slot machine pulling the wheel. It's your choice. I'm sure if you look up sets on there, there's probably already sets that have recently sold. Like you could probably look for like, okay, so like Ral runes as an example. So Ral runes, 35 Ral runes, gold rune. Let's go for recent trades. Let's see what recently sold. 20 Ral runes for an ist, 30 Ral runes for an ist, 100 Ral runes for a low rune, 50 Ral runes for 2 ists, 20 Ral runes for an ist, and so forth and so on. So you can see like people are buying crafting packs. That's what they're doing. They want to make like 20 caster amulets, so they're buying like 20 Ral runes. And then like amethysts, so like perfect amethysts, which is one of the more valuable ones. You can look on here for recent trades, and you'll see like 10 perfect amethysts for an ist, 10 for an ist, 10 for an ist, 12 for an ist, so forth and so on. 3 for a lem rune, etc., etc. 55 for a low rune, accepted an hour ago. But then like just random perfect gems of any type, usually used for re-rolling. It's a little bit harder. I could have sworn there was one on here that literally just had like, it was like any perfect gem as like a crafting, like a re-rolling pack.
Yeah, like 25 gems.
Yeah, like just like 25 of any type.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like another thing that you can find on here. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can accumulate, resources. Amethyst definitely one of them. Ruby's definitely one of them. Ral rune's definitely one of them. Nef runes are also probably pretty good because people are probably trying to get packs to craft up blood gloves. Blood gloves are pretty important. So you can see you got like 20 nefs for a pull. It's been doing that a lot recently. No, I'm not doing your CAPTCHA because that CAPTCHA doesn't look legitimate. It looks like that's on a random website.
Yeah, it's an ad service thing now. It's a little ridiculous.
You can also do keys. If you go farm keys, you can trade off keys, or you can try and get torches. Same
I
thing.
have 4 count as keys.
Same thing
and
again,
that's all
though.
I've got.
So it's the same thing again, though, right? You could end up with like you could do the keys, maybe end up with a really good torch like a Paladin 2020, or you could sell the keys and just get relatively, like nothing for them, like fowls and cows and whatnot. Or you can do the keys and end up with nothing. So like you could also end up with like a Druid 1010 torch that's worth basically nothing. It's all a gamble, right? I think I'm gonna have to leave to get my body back. There's like way too many archers there.
If you need help getting it back, I can come and help you out.
Oh no.
Did that 2020 ever sell?
I haven't had any offers on it yet, but I also have been asleep for several days for some reason. Something wrong with my brain, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm broken, guys.
All right, time to go cow tipping for a 3-sided helm.
Like the DClone walk that we had the other day, I got a 11, 12, 9 Annie, and I sold it for I want to say a gold? Something like that.
Yeah, in the early time when Annies are relatively inexpensive, or sorry, rare, they tend to be slightly valuable.
And then I help people do theirs, and they're getting like 18, 17. I'm like, why couldn't that have been mine? It's fine.
Ow.
So it's
I
like
see you have
really.
amp too. Get a merc. Yeah.
Be out really quick, Ginger, if my internet lets me.
Hmm? I'm slowly working my way into my corpse. Slowly working. You know, it would help if I had a book of 10 portal to actually create portals with. But apparently I'm not very smart. Seem to have taken my book and shoved it in the stash or something. I don't even know what the hell I did with it.
Probably used it for like a cow. Cows.
Probably used it for like a cow level or something stupid. I don't know what the hell I did with it. Doing hardcore this season? No. I don't know why people would even ask that question.
Ew, hard.
I'm starting to get offended at the question. Like I'm starting to get offended. Like originally it wasn't too bad. And I know random people that come in here, it's probably the first time they've asked the question, but man, I've gotten asked the question so many times. I'm starting to understand how maybe like celebrities feel at a certain point where like you know how like somebody comes up and asks the celebrity like a relatively innocuous question and then they like lose their absolute like shit over it and they like go crazy and try and like punch out the paparazzi or something. But like
Not in town.
you know, I want to know more details. Like, how many times have they been asked that question? That's what I want to know. Like, was it 1,372 times that they were asked the question, and then at the 1,730, 73rd time, is that the time that they lost their ever-loving mind at being asked that question over and over again? Like, was it because I think that if that's the case, if they have been asked that question like 1,773 times or however many times it took for them to lose their mind, then maybe it's not so bad. Maybe they deserve a little bit of a pat on the back for maintaining their form for so long.
Composure.
Their composure, like they maintain their composure for over like like nearly 2,000 asks of the same question, and like giving the same answer like over almost 2,000 times, and then finally, they lose their composure. Like can you really blame them at that point?
Welcome.
So what is going on with this server right now?
Sounds like your internet's dying. That's what it sounds like.
I just
You got
I'm
that-
getting
You
down
got
right.
you got that robot voice going on, like like when your internet's disconnecting.
I mean,
It's like
issues with it
I'm doing this
just
fine.
being super freaking inconsistent is what it's being.
Phil hates PoE. I hate PoE too. Path of Exile sucks. I like Path of Exile too a little bit. I've started to dislike it more though now that I've realized how absolutely terrible the multiplayer portion of the game is.
There's multiplayer portion of the game. I could have fooled me.
I mean, okay.
That's a joke, PoE players.
Who wants to play solo? Who wants to play solo? Path of Exile players do. They'll play while they take a poo. Do not look directly into the sunlight, mercenary. Do not. It's also a really weird question to ask when I literally just died and my corpse is on the ground. Like, you can legit see my corpse on the screen. Like, I mean, do you see, like, the little purple doojank up there that clearly indicates my dead body? Like, it's been up there for a while.
Not to mention your character is completely naked.
Yeah, and I'm completely naked. And I look like a hobo. Oh god, he's cold enchanted. Okay, 2 out of 3 of the elites are down, but that doesn't mean their minions are not still here, being absolutely annoying.
Maybe
Come on,
that'll be
get a
better.
merc, get a merc, get him, get him, get a merc, get a merc, get a merc. You can do it, get a merc. I believe in you, you can do it. I believe in you, you can do it. Ow, ow. Why you fog arrows hurt so bad? Why you guys so hurt so bad? Out of arrows hurt so bad. Dang, 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 no.
Let's see if I can join you one more time and not have it crash on me.
Get in there, Merc. You can do it. I believe in you. I don't believe in you. I'm running around behind.
Nope,
I'm gonna get
it's
my
gonna
corpse.
crash on me.
Ah ha ha, run away. I got no healing potions. You showed up just in time for me to get my own corpse. Congratulations. I got it on my own.
Shall we go do tombs?
No, Tombs is not for this character. It is not for this character. I need life leech, and skeletons can't be life leech from, and they're basically that's not even. It's not a fun time for me.
That's fair. I get that.
Anywhere where there's no life leech equals a very poor time for Mr. Life Leech. Oh look, more skeletons in the place that I didn't want the skeletons at. Yeah, I think that's the only reason I died, is because of the skeletons, you know, not being able to life leech from them. I mean, I wasn't doing bad until I encountered 4 elite skeleton packs in the same room.
Yeah.
With Might Aura. No big deal, right?
No, we've all dealt with stuff like that.
Just horked a burr from the towers. Nice. Congratulations.
I wish I was that lucky.
Wow. Hitting my decoy and literally just killed himself. That is hilarious.
Yes, my damage output from just the not even counting what I have on me, but like should be an insanely large amount of attacker takes damage of. I'm currently over 1,000. I'm at 1,116 attacker takes damage of. I probably do more damage than most people do, like in a single hit, if they haven't had their character like fully geared out.
Yeah, not going there. Here's Gloams. And Chaos sounds fun.
I don't have Halls of Pain yet. Let's go down and get Halls of Pain. Wait, what do you want, Anya? You have done the impossible, hero. You have killed Bale. Got to give my life a legion. I missed my calling on this character. I should have named him Cow Diver. He can literally dive into like a sea of cows and come out alive on the other side. It's pretty cool.
Go jump on my fire claws boot and start working on him a little bit.
You're a Fire Claw Druid?
Yeah, I've never made one, so I figured I'll try it out.
There's definitely some fun builds to be had. Oh no, more skeletons. I don't like the skeletons. That's okay. You guys are just melee skeletons. You guys are gonna get wrecked. And there's monsters for me to life leech inside the pack. Oh, you guys are done. Annihilated. Let's go. Amplify damage on me is a good thing. Cause when them monsters hit me, then they're gonna hit themselves back really hard and it's gonna hurt really bad. Man, I can put amp on them and they can put amp on me. And then like, if I have amp on me and they have amp on them and they hit me, like, does that mean that they hit me for really high damage and then it reflects back for even higher damage? Like, am I getting like a multiplication of a multiplication at that point?
I think so. Doesn't want me to fucking play. Alright, they don't want me to play today. Don't understand. It's really bad, right?
Yeah, I'm using basically like a really large amount of returns and amp together in one nice combination. What was that sound? Wow, whatever it was. Ring. It makes for very nice AoE damage. You know, you get like a pack of monsters and they all come in and take a swing at you, and you've basically just done 1,000 damage to every monster that took a swing at you. It's absolutely glorious. And if they hit you, then you do even more damage to them. Like they don't even have to hit me. They just gotta swing at me. If they swing at me, they immediately take 1,112 attacker takes damage of. As long as amp is up, it's 1,112 plus. If it goes into the negative, it's even more than that. So probably like 1,500, 1,600. I don't know. Depends on like their current physical resistance, plus their like how far into the negative it goes. Like if they just have 50% physical resistance and they get amped, then they're probably at negative 50 at that point, which means they're going to take an additional, you know, like 0.5 times, like on top of normal, so 1.5 times basically. Two-handed sword, what's that? That's Black Tongue? Oh, that's Shadow Fang. That ring sucks. Not that bad for level 13, but it still kind of sucks. It's a rather interesting build because I'm not entirely relying on my damage. I'm relying on them hitting me more so than I am relying on like the other side of the equation. So yes, I am dishing out damage myself, but like it's kind of hard to beat like multiple monsters smacking on you, dealing damage to themselves. I think most of my damage is actually coming from them wailing on me, not me wailing on them. But it all adds up very nicely together, and the monsters go down really fast. It's almost like multiple hits. Like I swing, I deal, you know, like 1,000 to 2,500 damage to them, and then they swing and deal like 1,000 damage to themselves, And it all happens almost instantaneously, so it looks like I'm attacking really fast when you watch their HP go down like but like it's not just me hitting one target, it's everybody hitting me. Like notice how like every monster in this pack has some damage dealt to them already, like, and it softens them up so that when I finally do get to them, like they're next to dead essentially. It's really fun. It's a fun way of playing this character. I always thought that the like lack of defenses on this character was a extreme negative, but I think I've managed to turn that negative into somewhat of a positive. It's quite interesting. Oh, my Spirit of the Barbs is down.
And if white item is superior, you can't do the cube recipe to put sockets in, right? You can
That
only
is
take it to
correct.
Larzik.
You can only take it to Larzik, and it will always get maximum sockets at Larzik. Woo. That's a little spicy there. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why like superior items of a specific quality tend to be extremely valuable, because like if the item's maximum socket lid number is higher than the sockets that you would require for that particular build or item, right? So like take Infinity. Mancatcher has a higher maximum number of sockets than 4. So if you find a superior, you know, like F Mancatcher, then it's always going to be 5 sockets, not 4 sockets. So the 4 socket item has to be found. It cannot be created. You can't roll it. So a 15% enhanced, like superior, you know, Mancatcher with 4 sockets that's F is like very, very rare because it has to actually be found. Whereas a F 4 socket Mancatcher can be rolled. Like you can roll an F4 socket, but you can't roll an F4 socket Mancatcher that's superior. That kind of like ruins the whole thing, right? So that's why, like, if you happen to ever find like a 15% enhanced F4 socket Mancatcher, it's worth a boatload. There's a lot of items like that that have to be found in their specific, you know, like condition, and they can't be crafted into that condition. And that's what makes them worth so much. This is the jar. That's where I found my Griffin's Eye one season. Right from that jar. Made more sense why you paid more for a 5-socket Eth Decapitator with 13% enhanced damage. So that's not really what I was talking about. So the maximum number of sockets on the Decapitator is 5, which means that if you find a 15% superior Eth Decapitator, you can always take it to Larzik and get 5 sockets. You can't take an Eth Decapitator and take it to Larzik and get 4 or 3 or 2 or 1 or whatever, right? So like that's not really the same situation. Although an Eth superior Decapitator is still worth lots of you know, lots of money because that's one of the best bases. Ugh. Immune to physical Night Marauders and Skeletons. So very little leeching opportunity here.
And can you upgrade the base of a superior white item?
The base? 7,000. Holy Jesus. A lot of attack rating. No, white items can't be upgraded. Blue items can't be upgraded. Only rare and unique items can be upgraded.
And then is a rune word considered?
A white item.
It's still considered a white item. You can't upgrade.
Yeah, by the game's mechanics, it's still considered a white item. It'll also disappear rather quickly off the floor because it's still considered trash. So if you like leaving a rune word on the ground, it disappears after like 10 minutes. Or yeah, I can't remember. I think it's 10 minutes. Gotta go back and look at my test. What's the point of playing this game? It's fun. What's the point of playing any game? I'm not dressed up in godlike runeword items. In fact, this character is anything but godlike. A Spirit of the Barbs character? You mention Spirit of the Barbs in any kind of like a sincere like meta community, they would laugh you out of the building. Most of the characters I play are unique and interesting designs. It's one of the reasons why I have so much fun with it.
You have no idea of the power you
I came all the way here, but I don't think I have any way to actually deal with him. I was actually wondering if I could survive a corpse explosion. I highly doubt it. Not with amp on, that's for sure. Hey, a key of destruction. Well, thank you, Neil. I appreciate that. You have enigma in 30 minutes with every character. Boy, you picked the wrong channel, Dharma. I hate to say it, but you picked the wrong channel by a league. Do you even know what channel you're on? Like, did you just come in here to just complain about, like, people with enigmas in 30 minutes and everybody with their CTAs and Hammerdens and, like, playing the same exact carbon cut cookie build that literally everybody plays? If you knew anything about my channel at all, you'd realize you're just in the wrong channel to be complaining about that crap. First off, I don't put enigma on hardly any character I ever make. About the only character that I ever make that uses an enigma might be a necromancer. And I've actually played several necromancers without enigma. I don't even put grief on half the characters that I make. So next time you come in here to push your tired old rhetoric that probably works on some of the other channels, like if you go to Llama's channel or you go to like Cooley's channel where they have an enigma on like day 2, then yeah, it'll totally work on their channels. It's not on my channel. Like, I play to have fun. I make underpowered, unique, and very fun builds. I avoid enigma. I avoid grief like the plague. Most of my characters don't even use them, let alone even touch them. And I usually recommend people that they don't use them, simply because they generally just make the game too easy and less fun, more boring. So, try again. Try again. Maybe you'll succeed this time. 6% lightning resistance. Okay, what else do I need on this character? Do I got all my quests done? Talk to Anya before I proceed to Mount Ariad. Didn't I just talk to Anya? Anya, why you always want to talk to me?
Good evening.
How am I supposed to talk to you when you're behind the dang doojang? Oh yeah, that's right. I can do the personalization. Good. Let's personalize my spike-thorn barrier. Actually, I probably shouldn't have personalized this one. This one sucks. I need a better one. Too late now. I actually do need a better one of these. I need to go shopping. See if I can find myself a better spike thorn barrier. I need one that has like a good enhanced damage or physical damage reduction on it. This one's only 15%. I could definitely use one that has a little more on it than that. Damage reduced by percentage. That's what we're looking for. Let's do like minimum 19. Let's see if we can find like a 19 or higher. Okay, he's got a 20. He wants a Mal or an Ist or a Gull rune. This guy's got a 20, a 150. He's also that same one that I warned you guys about earlier with the high number of things in the profile picture. And his is absolutely perfect. So it's a 20 and it's a 150. I highly doubt that even exists. It's probably fake. Moving right along. I mean, it looks like we have a couple on here as potential options, but I don't have a... I still need to break down these runes, unfortunately. I'm not going to offer anybody like a low rune for a spike thorn. It's not really worth my time. I mean, learning how the game works, Dharma, is a big part of that. Doesn't have anything to do with doing cookie cutter builds, and has everything to do with understanding how the mechanics of the game work. If you don't if you're having trouble scratching a zombie in Players 1 Hell, then I'm afraid that you've got a lot of learning to do on how to actually play the game.
And you can make runewords in superior items. It keeps the enhanced defense and everything else. And it works. The runeword will work.
Yeah, superior items are good for runewords. Unless you have to worry about repairing the item on a regular basis, and then superior items might not be the best option. So the repair cost of an item goes up dramatically with superior basis. And depending on the quality of the rune word, can literally cost you in excess of like hundreds of millions of frickin' gold. It's not even a joke. I wish it was a joke. It really comes down to whether or not your character is going to break the item on a regular basis. I can give you some examples. So, as a druid, I have basically no defense. Like, my defense total is 1,850, and the monsters have basically, what, a 64% chance to hit me no matter what, which essentially means I'm going to get smacked around all the time. My equipment is going to be broken all the time, too, because the monsters are constantly laying their hands on me, which is rude. But there's really not much I can do about that. And assassins, likewise, have a similar issue where their defense is so low that they get hit all the time. And if you make a superior item in like a druid or an assassin, like you're going to be in town repairing it all the time, and it's going to cost you a large amount of money. Same thing to do with weapons. So if you make a item in a superior base, you got to repair that all the time too, and that's going to eat up your gold like crazy. Ethereal items that are indestructible doesn't matter, and if you're putting the item on a mercenary, you don't have to repair the items on the mercenary at all. So like that's like some loopholes that you can use. There are actually some really good rune words that are just completely like ruined by the horrible repair costs on them. It's a case by case basis, but you know, like there's some you'll find out very quickly if you make a superior item in a base for the wrong character, because you'll be in town like looking at Farah and she'll be like, all right, that's gonna be 3,475,632 gold. Will that be cash or charge? And you're just gonna look at her like, what? Wait, what?
That's when you just get your grinding weapon out and you're like, hold my repair job.
I
then you just force her
mean,
to
you can
give
only hold
you,
2.5 million in your stash, so if she be charging you 3 million, I mean, it doesn't even matter at that point. Like, you're not going to be able to overcome that cost. There's actually a glitch where if you don't have like all of the gold in your stash or something, and you have like some of it in your inventory as well as your stash, that she'll literally eat the gold and not repair the item. I've actually had it happen quite a few times.
Need some help?
It's really quite annoying. There's some runeword recipes you can use to repair with. There's a couple other ways that you can repair besides just simply repairing your item, but like, it definitely doesn't help to have like that ridiculous of a repair cost. And it's not even just the cost, like it's also the feasibility of whether or not it's actually like viable in general as a weapon. So like some of the weapons have such low durability that literally you go out of town and you break them almost instantly on the monster's face, and then you go back and repair them. So like the superior bases are you're gonna be in town like every 2 minutes. Paladin, Barbarian, Sorceress a little bit. It depends. Superior bases are actually pretty good on those because it doesn't really matter too much. They have such high defense and block chance and stuff like that. They just generally like don't tend to even get hit for the most part. So it doesn't really matter. Assassin, I wouldn't make a superior item on the assassin if you paid me to. Like, I think every single game I was going to the vendor. I remember I made the silly mistake. Silly me. I made this really silly mistake. I made a treachery and like a superior base on my mosaic sin, and boy, my treachery was broken every single time I went to town. It was literally so bad that like it bankrupted me at a certain point. I ain't have no gold left in my account. I had to keep going back and making more gold just to fill my account back up, just to spend it all again. And I ended up trading off my superior treachery for like a regular one just to make my life easier. Gave it to a paladin that didn't care. So many skeletons, so many skeletons, so many skeletons, so many skeletons. Dear Lord Jesus, that's a lot of freaking skeletons. Oh my goodness, now there's a fanaticism. Urdar coming. This is scary. Stop resin, stop. Stop resin, stop.
Oh, you're doomed too.
I just came in here to see what was in here. I mean, Urdars is something I can leech from at least. Ooh, he's got the fanaticism over here, like. You? Ooze Wolf the Unholy? Calm it down, Ooze Wolf. That was actually far less painful than I thought it was going to be. I was impressed.
Ooh, next one's chaos.
Oh yeah, a little bit of chaos magic. Magic chaos. Yeah, I swear, no matter how many Haradrim you kill when you're in here, there's always another one hiding around the corner somewhere. Just like stealth resurrecting skeletons while you're not looking. Always one more. Always one more stealth resurrecting Haradrim. I was watching the new episodes of Invincible. It's a good show. I like it. I feel like there's some plot holes in it though. I was watching the first couple episodes of season 3, and like I got to that part where Cecil's being an absolute twat, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I was like, Cecil is one of those people. He's very much so the ends justify the means kind of a person, right? So like no matter what, he's always in that category where, you know, like he uses the tools that are at his disposal. Like he rates everything on like a scale of like 1 to whatever, and figures out like how valuable they are to him, and you know, like rotates them in as necessary, like doesn't risk his high value assets, you know, 100% playing like a game of chess essentially, right? You know, like keeping his queen safe or whatever. And in this regard, and I kind of like walked myself into a mental trap here, Mark, who is, you know, aka Invincible, is totally the queen in this scenario. Like he's the high value piece that you don't want to get rid of or like sack prematurely because you know how valuable he is, right? And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, in this one scene, he's literally almost like killing Invincible. Like he's going through the process of like you know, hitting him with sonic powers, and the freaking reanimen are like punching him to death, and he's got like bruises forming all on his back, and like they totally could take him out in that particular situation, but it didn't make any sense to me. Like it doesn't fit his character at all, because Cecil is totally the person who's trying his best to save the planet by whatever means necessary. You know, he constantly keeps repeating the message, you know, you know, you can be the good guy or you can save the world, but you can't be both or whatever, right? And like, okay, I mean, I get it, but from a certain point of view, he is without a doubt alienating the one person who has the power to defend the planet, which he's supposed to be supporting by any means necessary. For what? Like, what is he gaining in that moment of, you know, like alienating Invincible? He's gaining nothing. Like, he gained what? Dark Wing version 2 and the reanimen, which barely are capable of even distracting a Viltrumite. I mean, okay. I mean, even at the end when they take a bunch of like fake old, you know, like Mark corpses from that Invincible war, and they start trying to turn them into reanimen, I really doubt they're going to be that much of a challenge for like a full-blooded Viltrumite to deal with either, especially since they were weaker in general than Invincible was. Like they weren't even on par to Invincible. They were like baby versions of him. I feel like he gained nothing. It's just a weird scene. You don't even have to even understand the show. All you really need to understand is that Cecil is trying to save the planet by whatever means necessary, and he understands that literally Mark is the only means by which he can achieve that. Like, there's no other means to save the planet. He's trying to find other means, but there are no other means to save the planet other than supporting Invincible at this point. Like, unless some random alien shows up that's more powerful than the Viltrumites, or like he can get other Viltrumites on his side or something. Like, there's nobody who's going to be able to stop them. So it just seems really weird to me that you would take your like one guaranteed weapon and just like throw it in the back seat next to the half-eaten taco that's been there for 3 years.
I recently finished up Star Trek Lower Decks.
I haven't seen that one at all. It's funny because there was an episode of, I think in Star Trek Voyager, it was kind of designed around that particular principle. It was an okay episode. It was kind of weird.
It was Strange New Worlds that they did that.
It's the one where they like had a bunch of people from like the lower decks, literally from the lower decks, who were like outcasts within the community of Voyager, and they they straight up took the outcasts and were like, okay, we're gonna try and like reintegrate you into the ship society.
Oh, we're talking about two different things.
You didn't see the episode of Star Trek Voyager?
I know what you're talking about. I was talking about a different thing.
Yeah, you're talking about the Lower Decks television show. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's where it came from. Was that episode?
It was from Strange New Worlds, not Voyager.
Strange New Worlds is new, right?
Newer, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not the one I'm talking about either. So I'm talking about a specific episode of Voyager. I think that's where it was pioneered.
I know what episode you're talking about, because it's the one where the Maquis, like the lesser Maquis, aren't integrating well, and Janeway asked.
It wasn't just the Maquis. It was like also some Starfleet people as well.
I think for the most part it was Maquis though.
It was basically like 3 or 4 different people, and each one of them had their own issues. Some of them were in the Maquis, some of them were in the Starfleet. They were all friends though. Every single one of them was like friends.
Yeah.
There was a TNG Lower Decks episode too. Actually,
Yep.
now that I think about it, it was
Yeah, that
actually.
was, like,
I think
season
it was
7.
actually called Lower Decks. If I remember correctly, that was actually what that episode was called. It was called Lower Decks.
Yeah, it's like the week of promotions for the ensigns.
Yeah, exactly.
And the one Bajoran girl ends up dying.
Yep, that's right. She goes on the mission, ends up getting killed. All I was saying is that the premise for the TV show seemed to already exist within the Star Trek franchise. I didn't even remember the TNG episode. So there was a TNG episode. There was also the Star Trek Voyager episode. I don't remember if there was one from Deep Space Nine. I don't think there was like a Lower Decks episode from Deep Space Nine.
No.
There was a
for the most
lower.
part,
There was a Lower Decks episode in Babylon 5. I remember that.
I haven't watched Babylon 5.
Yeah, toward the end of the show, there's like an episode that's literally shot from like the perspective of like some random like maintenance workers during like an attack, like a specific attack. I can't remember the exact episode name, but very similar premise. You know, like not focusing on the core characters, but instead focusing on like random maintenance worker number 6 and 7. I'm not doing too terrible in here. Certainly not a pleasant experience with all these friggin' skeletons all over the place, but I guess it's going quicker than I thought.
I'll probably be rewatching Voyager soon anyways.
I don't know. I like the Voyager episode, I think, better than the TNG one, because Janeway fails. Doesn't she fail? Like, she only manages to convince, like, what was it, like two out of the 3 or something? Or, like, I can't even remember. Like, she kind of fails to convince one of them, and the person just kind of goes back to their humdrum life. And she says something like, can't win them all, or something like that.
Oh. I liked Voyager overall, even though it was an unpopular opinion.
I mean, every show needed a reason to exist. Deep Space Nine didn't have a reason to exist. That's why nobody liked it at first. It sucked. Like the first whole season, and I think maybe honestly season 2 as well, were kind of just bad. They didn't really have a reason to exist. Like, most of the characters were shallow and undeveloped, and eventually it got to the point where like they started to actually have a reason to exist. I feel like Janeway or Voyager hooked me immediately because at least they had a reason to actually exist. You know, they were doing the Maquis, they were doing the mission with the Maquis, right? And maybe you didn't agree or disagree with the Maquis. Like, there's tons of different ways you could potentially look at their initial mission, but none of that mattered in the grand scheme of things because they died, alright? They all just, like, disappeared from existence. Like, that initial reasoning no longer mattered. Like, that was gone. And then you end up with the new, like, oh, you know, let's get home kind of a thing. Which I think everybody can sympathize with, you know, they just wanted to get home. They're like, we're millions of miles from home, millions of light years from home. I don't remember how many light years they were from home. It was enough to be ridiculous. And then, like,
yeah,
you know, that is like their trip home. I liked
yeah, it was
Voyager.
73,000 light years from the Alpha Quadrant.
I mean, they had some good characters. Like, I really like Neelix. Neelix is a really good character in that show, in general. Neelix had been in, like, many Star Trek shows before that as well. So, wasn't his first foray behind the camera. He was a Ferengi at one point, which made it all the more funny when Neelix dressed up as a Ferengi for one of the episodes.
Oh, yeah. Because that episode is linked to the TNG episode where it was the alleged stable wormhole.
Yeah.
Where the Ferengi end up being lost in the Delta Quadrant.
Yep. Well, the silly thing is that wasn't he one of those Ferengi? Like, am I not remembering the episode right? But wasn't he dressed up as one of the two Ferengi in the original TNG episode?
I would have to look it up.
I know he was
not
dressed up as one of the Ferengi. I can't remember which one, but he was definitely a Ferengi in a TNG episode. I don't know if it's that specific one, but he was one of the Ferengi in that episode. And then, like, Ducat had played, like, several frickin' characters. Like, you know, he finally became, like, a main character in the Deep Space Nine, but he was, like, a frickin' character in so many episodes of, like, TNG, and, I think I know he played a Cardassian in TNG, and it wasn't Ducat.
Yep.
And then he also played, a Klingon, I think, in one of the movies. Can't remember which Klingon. He was, like, one of the Klingon generals. It always blows me back that, what's-his-face from Back to the Future played one of the Klingon generals, too. Doc.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, that's totally Doc from Back to the Future. You're not fooling me. When you get into the shows, like, a lot, you really start to see all the characters that get, like, multiple appearances as various other creatures, and it kind of makes you laugh a little bit, because you start to recognize that they're just reusing the same people over and over again.
Which I'm fine with.
I used to have fun watching, like, K-dramas and stuff. Like, there were some pretty cool ones, like, with, like, the medieval period, sort of like of the you know the Korean empires and like sword fighting and all this other cool stuff, and they got like pistols. And then like I watched one, and then I watched another one, and it was like all the same actors. And it really threw me for a loop too, because like the super evil bad guy that was in like the previous K-drama that I watched was the good guy in the next one, and I just couldn't wrap my head around it. That would be like if one episode, you know, you had like I don't know, like Ducat was the bad guy, which he was the bad guy in Deep Space Nine, and then the next K-drama you watch, like Ducat is like the hero, and you're like, wait a minute. I don't like this.
I do like how some of the episodes of Deep Space Nine, you couldn't 100% tell what his motives were. And he just, like, there was the one episode where he ends up finding his daughter, Chinchilla. At the beginning, you don't think he has any malice, or, like, he's trying to find someone, a friend of his that used to be on that, like, crashed ship.
I think the main problem with Dukat, like Dukat's whole character, is that he never believed that he ever did anything wrong. Like, I truly believe that even at the end of his story, even as he was falling into the fire, I truly believe that Dukat never once believed that he did anything wrong. And I think that literally sums up his entire character throughout the entire series, is that no matter whether it was a good deed or a bad deed, no matter it was a morally gray deed, whether he killed somebody or stole from somebody, like, I feel like he never, ever, ever once had any kind of real remorse for anything that he did. Like, just not even like one time.
Yeah, he always justified himself by saying that it could have been worse if it wasn't him in charge of Karak North.
I mean, even Zial, which seemed to be like one of the few times that he actually seemed to have some type of like humanity. Even with Zial, he made like rational, like, he would make up these stories to justify his rationale for like doing specific things or like hurting specific people. And then eventually, even when he like betrays Zial and kills her,
He didn't kill her.
well, yeah,
was,
it wasn't his fault. It was you know, it was Kira's fault. Kira corrupted her mind or like caused her to turn against him. You know, it was her fault. It was never his fault. It was always somebody else's fault, no matter what.
Well, he didn't actually kill her though. It was actually supposed to be it was his like first officer or right hand man, Damar.
Oh no, I know. Damar did it technically, but I mean, he was the one that kept Damar in action. Like, he knew how Damar felt. Like, Damar was nothing more than a puppet, basically. Like I feel like he still had a hand to play in it, and that's why he was so. His character, man. Like, you could say that his character is deep and like going into the motivations and everything for all of the different behaviors. I feel like that is something you could do, but I feel like that's just doing his character like disservice, because through everything that his character did and everything that his character caused to happen through his own actions, like, you would end up in this web of like contradictions, and you'd fall into his own little trap, right? That was his trap. His trap was to pull you into his web of logic and try to get you to understand through his eyes or whatever. When in reality, you didn't need to understand anything that occurred. All you needed to know was that he was an evil man who did evil things. He had justifications and reasons for his evil things that he did, and the many evil things that he caused to happen. And none of that mattered, because at the core of all of it, he was just an evil person who was trying to make excuses for his evil deeds. And maybe somewhere along the way, his excuses were like a tiny shred of his humanity that still existed. Like, maybe that's why he made the excuses, because he didn't want people to think he was a monster. But he was a monster, right? He literally was a monster. That's what he was. I kind of wish Cisco had realized that like ages ago.
I think he did. It's just that the Starfleet in him, the like morality and whatnot.
I mean, there's like 100 times where Dukat is just the craziest person. Like, remember that time they were stuck on the planet together, like him and Cisco? Yeah. And he like disabled the thing and was like deliberately keeping him there just so he could talk to him and like try to convince Cisco that he was right. Like, that literally sums up his whole character. Like, he needed Cisco to believe that he wasn't evil, even though he was totally evil. Like, he needed to like keep Cisco there until Cisco was like, "Oh yeah, you know, I totally understand your motivations. You know, it makes sense why you try to destroy the entire planet. You know, it's totally... You know what? I probably would have tried to destroy the entire planet if I was in your shoes, too. Like, that's what he wanted from Cisco. And, like, that literally sums up his whole character.
And Cisco would never give him the satisfaction of that.
Am I trying to 99 the Druid? No, I'm not trying to 99 anything. I did that once already. I did that a couple times already. It's not an interesting thing for me anymore. I like to have fun playing around with new builds. This is definitely a new build. This is a new one for me. I'm kind of surprised at how well it works, too. It synergizes nicely. Superior Chaos Armor, 380. Yeah, the Blood Golem build.
Yeah, I've never played anything other than Sork and Amazon. And when I saw that there was a Sork bow build, I was like, oh, I gotta try that.
Oh, Enchantress?
So I'm dropping
yeah,
an
Enchantress is
interesting
amazing.
item that I just found from Kindle in chat. I doubt it's anything, but it's actually pretty funny. The one item that I can get F has indestructible on it already.
The one item to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. You just dropped an item in town? Is that what you said?
Pendle dropped that item for me.
Did you link it? Oh, Shadow Killer says this. It's an okay item. It's got good damage output. It's good for like early killing and stuff like that. It's not like end game best in slot for anybody though. It's a fun item to play around with.
Yeah.
Always has been.
I was just more stoked that I saw I thought I saw the ethereal first. I'm like, oh.
No, my poor mercenary.
And then I saw the indestructible. I'm like, ooh, this seems like a fun item now.
I see you in the corner there, rezzing and killing all my hard work. It's not polite. God, there's so many. So
What
many.
gamer? Are you in BGM like 5?
Oh, just one. While I was up.
Because chaos is about to pop.
Oh. We got, what, like 2 minutes?
Not even.
I mean, I'll make a game for Chaos. I'm gonna do it on this character, though, because I want EXP on this character.
Same for me.
Ooh, it's so hot up here. Why is it so hot up here? I'm gonna put a cold water bottle down my shirt. That usually helps.
Ask.
Alright, I'm gonna make GGM EXP 1 then, so we can get this party started. Boop.
Okay, here's hoping my internet stabilized itself.
Never.
So, do we have a Sork?
We have no Sork for teleporting. Sadness.
Guess we're walking.
Hey, GGM, if I want to add fanaticism to my Necro Minion armor, Army? I'm assuming you meant army. You think it's better to drop the Act 2 of Might Merc for an Act 1 Faith Bow or Self-Wheeled Beast? I never liked doing the self-wheeled method, but that's apparently what people like to do. Not my personal favorite.
What
I
level
always
is
felt like the
he?
self-wheeled beast was a cop-out, because then you just can't cast your abilities at higher levels. You gotta constantly swap back and forth. It's a little weird. Oh, we do have a sorceress. Okay. I'll put a portal up. Let's go. Portal, 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 portal.
Not mine.
What? Totally yours? Okay.
There's chaos.
It's a spicy portal. Spices. It's a good thing I can light leech. Die, Oblivion Knight.
Sorceress. I think I've seen the sorceress die in chaos easy more often than I
Well,
thought.
when you asked me to teleport, and there's
I mean, there are safe places to make the teleport. It just depends.
You can just teleport on top of the star.
Yeah, you can do the star. You can do a lot of different things.
Well, it's pentagram, but that was my fault for saying star.
What's up, Sharp Spell the Quick with the multi-shot Bone Spirit over here? That thing hurts, buddy.
Hopefully, a high root drop.
Yeah. All the high runes in all the world.
I would love a burr rune to drop.
1 little, 2 little, 3 little burr runes. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little jaw runes. 7 little, 9 little Zod runes. Early in the morning. So nice. I have fanaticism.
A ring just dropped.
Who's Phosphorus? The sorceress.
T-Foss, he's in here with us.
Ah.
Apparently didn't
Anything
get
with-
the memo,
anything
put
with three
GGM in his
F's.
name.
yeah. Well, I made it before I joined the kinship. Anything with 3 S's is generally going to be my character.
Because he's a sneaky snake.
We're just gonna mess with you about the name. Probably all-
Forever. That's right, because you're not one of us. One of us. One of us. Popping.
Deal.
Popping.
Why didn't you? Whatever.
What's up, Lord Day Poop Face?
Did we have Vidine make the next games for
We
DC
should.
level?
We should.
Yeah, since he's tied.
I just want EXP on my dudes.
Popping.
Grand Charm.
Grand Charm.
Another Grand Charm.
That one.
Bramble
Nice.
Knights.
Ooh, a 73 cold.
Worth hanging on to for Traderie or to swappy spooks. 52 mana Grand Charm. Wow, that's a lot of mana. Anybody want a 52 mana Serpent's Grand Charm?
I'm good.
Could be good for re-rolling too, if anybody wants a re-roller.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're making the next one.
I don't need the man. Well,
He doesn't need it. Wants it.
Does anyone have a half decent fire GC sitting in their stash?
What do you need?
I think so.
Are you talking
No.
+1 to fire or a sunder?
Sunder.
I think I'm sitting on I got a lightning, I got a cold, I got a
I think I have a
72
78
fire.
sunder. I got a
There you
78 fire
I just
sunder.
dropped
I
the
can
72.
give away.
I'm just gonna go straight to my fire claw druid.
So nice having the chain.
You're welcome.
I like it. It is so good.
Now, does Sunders remove for everybody in the party or just me?
Just
you.
you. Only you. And your minions, but not your bird. Rugged Grand Charm of Incineration. It's terrible. Don't touch it.
Lightning Grand Charm.
Still rocking the Poison Creeper in Hell. That's different. I mean, Hell monsters tend to regenerate a lot, and despite the fact that the Poison Creeper doesn't do much damage, that doesn't really matter. So, like, those are really nice. 20% faster run walk with 23 cold and 27 lightning, a little bit of dex. Grimstalker Greaves. Dual res with run walk speed. Not bad. I dropped them on the ground.
I'll keep those. I'm struggling with lightning res on my Zon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I think these would be really good for a Blade Sin.
No enhance to damage, unfortunately.
But it's a good
It
placeholder.
looks like they rolled both Fool's Mod and the Grinding Mod, though. It's pretty
Yeah.
crazy.
Plus Shadow Warrior and Fade, so he gets a couple points.
Are you thinking about doing a blade sim?
I've done one almost every season. I think I'm gonna take a break from Blade Sin specifically this season.
He says that, but he's still picking up all the claws and looking at them.
I still have a Trap Sin I want to get fully geared up. We missed a mark somewhere.
Do we miss a seal? Seal.
We missed a seal. It's either left or right.
It's not the pit lords.
It's the left.
Of course, he went right the direction I was standing.
Yeah, he wanted to eat you. He said, tasty, tasty sorceress. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Tasty, tasty, a tasty, tasty sorceress. Tasty, tasty. That's a tasty sorceress.
Not in town.
Sad.
Tasty, tasty. A bongus. Ethereal 234. That would make a very good, a very, very nice bulwark or cure helmet. Does anybody want that for a merc? I'm gonna drop it right here in the middle of the star.
Pretty clean. Ooh, something hurt.
Yeah, got my merc too.
Flesh maw is sharp.
Steel Jade the Jagged. Steel Jagged the Jade. Ranch arm.
He come, please.
2 to 4
That'd be
cold
great.
damage. Grand Charm of the Icicle.
Sadness.
It is the poopies. That is what it is. The poops. Oh, okay. Cause I've been spending all my money. And I can't afford my merch. Okay.
What is Dr. SD?
Level 2 Bone Spirit charges. Okay. I am the blood golem. I am the one, the one, the one, the blood golem, the one, the sun, the sun. I am the one, the blood golem, the Han, the one.
Did we hit this thing? Okay, we hit it this time.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Twice. He aimed right at me.
It's like
Twice.
a symphony of sorceress death noises.
Impossible.
What set item was it that dropped?
Tancred's armor. It's worthless. Worthless. I mean, you're not wrong.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Champion Venom Lord. Goodbye, Champion Venom Lord.
Or champion?
Oh
Venom
wow,
Lord?
a rare Thresher. What are you, my beautiful? Come on, Apple Scrolls. Of the quickness.
So I have a low room to donate to the kinship. What's the best way to do that?
I mean, you could do a raffle.
Yeah, raffle.
I have a base if you want to like roll it into a grief and raffle the grief instead. Or we
I
could roll it into a
have,
fortitude and raffle the fortitude.
I have a couple of faceplate bases.
Can I hand it off to you to do a raffle? However you want to do it.
I can raffle it off. We are
Alright.
doing the EXP game right now, though, so big brain on the chaos.
8 to life, small charm, sadness. Oh wow.
What number is it up to now? And I'll jump in there and give it to you.
4.
We are at 4 right now. Yeah. Yeah, basically Doom of Malantai, what I found out is that anything that stops the monster from regenerating is a net positive to overall kill speed. So like in general when it comes to the Druid who has to sit there and, you know, whack away at every single target that he's killing, when you have the Poison Creeper, like even if he's not doing that much damage,
Careful, we're about to pop. Popping.
even if he's not doing that much damage, he still is technically poisoning them, which stops their regeneration. Now, granted, you can stop their regeneration yourself with like open wounds and like current monster heal and stuff, but it's basically just like a speed equation, right? So, like, if none of the monsters can regen ever, then it's better than, you know, like them regenerating some of the times. So, having multiple methods of stopping their regeneration seems to be the best pathway. Poison Creeper is one of the easiest ways to do that because it constantly poisons. How are you dying so easily to that? Are you moving when he tries to attack you? Because, you know, if you move, like, it does reduce the damage tremendously. Or are you standing still?
Wait, a Thresher. How many sockets is the max sockets for a Thresher?
Is it 5 on the Thresher, I think? It's 6 on the giant Thresher. It depends on which Thresher you're talking about.
I
Never
can
mind,
check
I
really
don't care.
quick. A Thresher has a max socket of 5.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Can I give this to you real quick?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and just drop it. We're all kinship members here.
Okay. Well, I saw somebody without the tag.
Yeah, that would be T-Foss.
Yeah, that's me. I joined after the start of the season. So.
We already ribbed him about it earlier. Like, you got a 30-minute cooldown on ribbing for that. Like, you can rib him again in 30 minutes. We'll get a second rib.
All
We're
right.
trying to
Somebody
spread
grabbed
it out a little bit. You know, I got it.
Okay, great.
I will put it
got it
up
so
for
tight and
Raphael.
low.
I mean, if somebody has a Mal rune, I can roll it into a Grief, which could be a good option for the raffle. I don't have a Mal rune on me. I think that's the only other like mid or high rune in Grief, right?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, Grief is small rune. Grief is 2.
I'm not high enough level to pick up any of these amulets and turn them into
Why is
casters.
my bot so slow? He said ribbing T-Foss, can we get a cooldown reduction? I mean, yeah, so Mal is the only thing that's difficult to find in there. It's F tier, low, Mal, Ral, it's super cheap.
You have to donate to Ginger to get the cooldown reduction.
And I'll put the Grief
Shake
up for
off.
raffle. Or we could do a Fortitude. That could also be an interesting option.
Or maybe we do a raffle of just the low rune itself, because I know.
How should you respec your level 68 Necro? I don't know. What are you trying to do? What do you have gear for?
Popping.
Okay, is there a good place to stand so I don't get hit? Because he just breathes straight at me every
Just
time.
don't stand still.
Yeah, stay or just keep running in a circle or stay off screen.
Like fire, move. Fire shot, move. Fire shot, move. Like don't stand still. Like if you're standing still, you're fair game for Diablo, who's just gonna keep trying to like lightning you in the face.
Ooh, an eagle horn.
Yeah, it's an interesting drop. Got some demon hide boots too. Could craft those into caster boots. Let me put this low rune in my stash before I accidentally socket it into something like an idiot. Which has been known to happen, okay.
I think it happens to all of us.
I'm not smart, okay? I'm not smart. Not smart me.
Accidentally did the wrong order for runes for I forget what rune word I did.
Destroyer. Two socket, no plus skills. What's up, Oblivion Knights? I was actually kind of surprised at how good the Poison Creeper unsynergized has been able to take out like some monster packs too that are immune to physical. Like ghosts and like the bugs in Act 3 and a couple of the other packs. Grand Visors got knocked off the platform. Who knocked off Grand Visor off the platform? Rude.
I saw a Grand Charm drop.
Someone grabbed it. It was just a regular Grand Charm.
Ring. What's up, Captain's Ring?
Oh my god, I leveled. I've died 3 or 4 times and I still leveled.
Yay. He did it, boys. He did it. He did it. He did it. He did it. Yay. Come along and sing with him. He leveled. He leveled. He leveled. Yay. Embossed plates.
5-socket Hydra bow. It's fun.
Is it so hot up here?
Bye, Diablo.
Ooh, a Guardian Naga.
Zigarion.
always
Guardian Naga. Swapping out my bottle. Super cold. I'm using a +4 Ariox needle to pre-summon. I really like how well this build functions in groups too. Like, first
Yeah,
off,
so
my
I guess-
character's very tanky, so I can just, like, run into the middle of the pack and tank for you guys. Well, tanky is the wrong word. I'm like the Hulk. I just regenerate all damage through life leech. And then, like, the Thorns and the Spirit of the Barbs transfers to you guys as well, so, like, I don't even have to get hit, technically. They can get hit instead.
But where's the fun in that?
Well, I mean, this set just it works on everybody. Everybody gets the,
Just not
the
being in the
nice...
fray.
I mean, I'm in the fray. Everybody's in the fray again. The F champion sword.
Small charm. I think I picked it up. I'll try and find a.
One small charm to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them.
If I gave in to my urges to watch that movie anytime someone made a reference, I'd probably watch it like 7-8 times.
I've
since
seen it a
time
lot.
started.
I've seen
Yeah.
it a lot.
I love those movies so much.
I always felt like Boromir got done dirty.
He did.
I feel like anybody would have been, you know, tempted by the ring. Anybody.
Yeah.
I think, pretty sure Aragorn was tempted by the ring at one point too.
Very slightly. But the blood of Numenor.
Frodo didn't even have high resistance. That's the silly thing. I think Bilbo did, but not Frodo. Bilbo should have been the one to take the ring. Of course, that should have happened. That should have happened like 100 years earlier.
Yeah, it should have happened 60 years prior.
Yeah. Imagine if Bilbo had told Gandalf about the ring to begin with. They would have set off on a quest a lot earlier, and there would have been a lot less goblins and trolls in the way, and they would have easily made it all the way through.
And they would have found out that Saruman was trying to find the ring himself for his own nefarious schemes.
I'm not even
A
sure
lot sooner.
Saruman had been corrupted yet.
No, he... So,
Because we're talking
was
about,
actually-
like, what? He was 111 years old at the events of the Lord of the Rings. So
Yeah,
he was like
his
in his
11th,
30s. He was in his 30s, like during the build the Hobbit adventure.
like 30s, 40s.
Let's say like 40s. So at the very least, that was like 70 years prior. Like there might have been like no dealings whatsoever with the between Saruman and the and Sauron yet.
Well,
Sauron might not have even really been like resurrected just yet. He hadn't even taken up residence in what's the name of the tower he was in? I can't even remember.
you mean the old fortress in Mirkwood? Or...
No, Mordor. He hadn't even taken up the
Oh, how did I
was it
do it?
Orthanc or whatever? Or
Orthanc is the one
Is-
in Isengard.
yeah, Isengard. So but the twin tower. That's why it's called the twin
Barad-dûr.
tower. Barad-dûr, that was the other one. He hadn't even taken residence up in that tower yet. He was still in Mirkwood at that particular time. So like if
he
they
was
had
in-
decided to take the ring to Mount Doom at that particular time period, if if Bilbo had actually told Gandalf about it, Sauron, as far as I know, had not even taken up permanent residence in that area yet. He was still in Mirkwood at that particular time. And then on top of that, I don't think Saruman had been corrupted yet either, because Saruman actually launched an attack with with Elrond and Gandalf, like against Saruman at that particular time. They didn't know it was Saruman yet, or Sauron yet. They didn't know it was Sauron yet, but they still all attacked together. And I'm pretty sure that if Saruman was in on it, he would have known that it was Sauron at Mirkwood. So, like, you never know. Like, the entire sequence of events could have, like, been completely different.
Cryptic
Ooh, a
sword.
Frostwind.
Nice.
Yeah, I see your logic, but he wanted it to take control of Middle Earth anyways. As soon as he found out that Sauron was still
I can't
alive.
really be sure if Saruman wasn't just corrupted by Sauron. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. Because Sauron had access to the scrying orbs
Yep.
and the Palantir, and when Gandalf found out that Saruman was using one of those orbs popping, he basically like covered it up immediately. He's like, "You never know who has access to these." He goes, "You please tell me you haven't been using this." You know, like, and for all we know, Saruman could have been like corrupted by the use of the Palantir. Is basically what could have happened. I think that's the same thing that happened to Denethor, actually. Well, Denethor was also corrupted by the use of the Palantir.
Yeah. Well, with Saruman, he wanted to take control of Middle-earth anyways. He hated the idea of just being like a watchful eye for Middle-earth. But as soon as Sauron entered the picture, he sought to be his right-hand man, and then potentially their.
So that's not actually what happened. So what actually happened is Sauron was the lieutenant of Morgoth.
Yep.
Morgoth gets killed and leaves behind Sauron. Sauron is equal in power to the other, like Valar, but he's nowhere near as powerful as, say, you know, like Manwë is. Like Manwë versus Morgoth. So, in an effort to make things more fair, Morgoth sends the 3 blue wizards first. Then he sends the rest of the Valar, which is Radagast the Brown. He also sends Gandalf the Grey, but he sends Gandalf last, and he sends Saruman the White. So he sends essentially multiple Valar to combat Sauron. So they all knew that Sauron was there. They knew about him long before they ever even got to Middle-earth. And then they were sent to Middle-earth by Manwë on a mission to deliberately kill Sauron. That was their mission. And so Saruman definitely knew that Sauron existed and was there long before, like, Saruman, you know, could actually physically see, like, the traces of him. Because he was sent there for no other purpose other than to kill Sauron. That was all of their goals. Their goals were literally to kill him. Gandalf the Grey was sent last, and he was actually reluctant to go, according to what the books say. Is that Manwë chose him to go, and he didn't want to go, and Manwë basically had to force him to go. And that's why Gandalf ended up like being the last one, because Manwë forced him to go. And I mean, they were all working towards the goal of getting rid of Sauron. That's what they were working towards. None of them were equal to Sauron on their own. Otherwise, why send, you know, 6 Valar to combat one Sauron?
It was just 5. 2 blue wizards, and then Radagast, Sauron, and...
Yeah, why send that many to combat one person? Like, because they weren't equal to him in any way, shape, or form, like, by themselves. Saruman wasn't equal to frickin' Sauron in any way, shape, or form. Even if he did take the ring, it would have just ended in Sauron getting a hold of the ring anyway.
The one thing that Sauron did that Morgoth also did is port their, like, evil powers into an object that just ended up making themselves weaker unless they had that object in their possession.
Yeah, he learned lots of tricks from Morgoth. Morgoth was a tricky tricker.
Yep.
But Sauron really wasn't that powerful in the grand scheme of things. Like, they were far more powerful creatures than him floating around. I mean, even if you discount, like, Morgoth and all of the, like, creations, or like the other... Dang it, I didn't mean to take that portal. Even if you discount all the other people, like, that were also essentially, like, gods, like Manwë and all of his followers, there was still, you know, like, the captain of the Balrogs, which was way more powerful than Sauron, which is missing, by the way. In the Lord of the Rings lore, the captain of the Balrogs was never killed. He was just kind of like lost,
I am overburdened.
and they don't know exactly what happened to him. Be interesting to find out what happened to him. If he shows up eventually, it's going to be quite a battle to take him down. Hope Gandalf's got his Balrog killing sword.
No, because the sword he used in Lord of the Rings to smite the Balrogs of Morgoth and Moria. That was actually the same one that he got during his travels with.
Yeah. Clamdring Foehammer.
Yep.
It was found at the same time as Orchrist. Don't ask me how I remember these names.
Oh no, I remember these names too. And Sting.
So anyway, to further my point that Saruman was probably corrupted, all we have to do is take a look at the Balrogs. So the Balrogs represent a Valar that's been corrupted. Like they were basically creations of Morgoth, like twisted and turned. So they found basically Gandalf could have been a Balrog, or Radagast the Brown could have been a Balrog. Like any of them could have been corrupted by Morgoth into a Balrog. There were hundreds of Balrogs during the Morgoth campaigns. They rode them like horses. So the idea that Sauron could have used the Palantir to twist and turn Saruman until he eventually had control over him isn't necessarily far-fetched. And he doesn't need to have full control, mind you. Sauron is smarter than that, right? He doesn't have to have full control. He only has to prevent Saruman from achieving his goal. Like, if Saruman becomes an enemy to the free peoples of Middle-earth, then he becomes an enemy to, you know, everybody, including Sauron. And then at that point, he's no longer an enemy that's worth even mentioning, because now he's going to have to fight the enemy of your enemy, right? So, like, it was all a bunch of, like, mind games with him.
Six-socketed superior crystal sword.
Nice.
Not sure what you're using that on.
6 death runes for a Horker.
A Horker blade?
Yeah. Because
What
I
is the
assume
best strategy to legitimately farm an enigma in a reset? Honestly, I find that farming the runes specifically is usually not the best way to go about it. Farming for items that you can sell for runes is much better.
The yellow berserker axe, huh?
An F, a blue thresher. If you're trying to get an enigma legitimately, usually it's going to happen through trade. Wow, that berserker's axe is actually not half bad. They rolled
41, 39 life and mana. That's actually really nice.
Dang it, no, get back in there. Thresher of Life Leech. So what would you be looking for to trade for, like, bait to get yourself your enigma early on, Kuro? Well, keys. Trade, get yourselves keys, start running Ubers. See if you can get yourself a good torch. A really good torch will get you many high runes. Like, for instance, we managed to farm a 2020 Paladin torch the other day, which was pretty crazy. Like, just the Paladin torch by itself, 2020, will get you many enigmas. There's also Annies. Farming Annies early on can get you a large number. So you could end up with a really nice Annie, which is how I ended up with 2 Burr runes early on in the season. So if you grab as close to a 2020 10 as you can possibly get on an Annie, You can usually trade that for a pretty decent amount of currency, and that'll get you an enigma. You can also look for bases. There are some extremely rare and extremely powerful bases that can get you a large amount of currency. Like, for instance, you find a nice ethereal man catcher with like 15% enhanced. You can get many runes that way. Same thing for some of the other bases, like infinity bases. Really good insight bases early on can also fetch you a pretty good price. Like if you get like a nice F15% enhanced thresher with 4 sockets. It really just depends. Like claws can get you really good price early on too. Like if you find some really good mosaic claws. +3 Phoenix Strike, +3 Tiger Strike, +3 like fists or the Arctic Claw. Or actually, I'm trying to remember the names of them all.
Claws of Ice, Claws of Thunder.
Yeah, Claws of Ice. Like there's a bunch of really good ones that you can get. Point Saver Claws are also relatively valuable. Like having like +1 or 2 or 3 to Dragonflight, +1, 2, 3 to Death Sentry, +1, 2, 3 to like Mind Blast, so you don't actually have to go down and spend points on those. Those are particularly valuable as well. I mean, honestly, what it comes down to is like actually knowing what's valuable within the game and looking at all the items and finding valuable items. If you don't know what's valuable, then you don't know what to look for. I mean, I could tell you like examples, but the moral of the story is if you don't know all of the things to look for, then you don't know what's valuable and what to save and what to actually put up for sale. I mean, like you should be looking at every blue circlet, every blue corona, every blue coronet, every blue diadem. You should be looking at every blue frickin' amulet for like really good rolls on amulets. Like if you get like a +3 lightning skills with 10% faster cast, that's actually a pretty good value item. Or like a plus all res amulet with life everlasting of like 25. Those are actually really valuable. Like 20 plus all res with life everlasting on it. Caster amulets, like going with crafting, like you can craft some pretty good amulets as well. So looking for things like 220 Sork amulets or 220 Paladin amulets, those are going to be really valuable. So using your amethyst to craft amulets, once you hit a high enough level, you can start trying to get 220s. Charms too, like checking all your charms. There's some really valuable charms that you can get. Frickin' Hacker Vidine over there found a 451 poison small charm the other day. I was like, I didn't even think those actually dropped. 451 poison small charms are like multiple burrs.
Speaking of things that roll, is it equal percent chance throughout the whole range, or is it like a bell curve, or is it like the lowest one has the highest percent chance, or how does that work?
For what?
So like, for example, Spirit rolls between 25 and 35 faster cast rate. Is it equal? Is it 1/11th for equal probability for all 10? For all 11 points? Or is it like 25 has the highest percent chance, and then 26, and then 28, or, you know,
There's no probability.
Or is it a bell curve?
There's no probability. It's deterministic. So when you load into a game, there's a seed code. The seed code is based on like some sort of like random calculation. I can't remember. Like every time you make a new game, it makes a new seed code. The seed code directly has a say in what roll you get on your item. So like it's been tested like in games. Like if you go into a seed code and you have that particular seed code and you roll the item, it'll be a roll exactly the same every single time for the first roll in that particular seed code. So like when you roll an item, it's literally just rolling the item according to what the seed code is telling it. And it's in a pattern too. So like their first roll is always going to be X, and your second roll is always going to be Y, and your third roll is always going to be Z, and so forth and so on. So like when it comes to rolling runewords, it's basically been found out that it's not necessarily a matter of like random chance. It's more a matter of like what game am I in. And how many other items have been rolled before me too also matters. So like if you were the first one could be like a perfect roll, and somebody else rolls a runeword and they eat up the perfect roll, and then the next one is like guaranteed to be like the worst roll you've ever seen. You can sit in the same game and you can roll multiple times, and multiple times that you roll will kind of like work down the list. And so like there could be a perfect roll somewhere in the list of like, you know, like choices, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a perfect roll in the list. Sometimes you can just have a bad seed code, and everything you roll in the seed code is just going to be terrible. The game's more deterministic than it is probability. There's no like random number generator. It's a pseudo random number generator that's based off of like actions and like seed codes and like a direct variable stack. It's weird. Cooley was playing around with it for a while, and I played around with it too, like basically trying to like force rolls for runewords. And you could basically guarantee a roll. The first roll would always be guaranteed exactly the same every single seed code, and then the second roll would be guaranteed exactly the same every single seed code. And sometimes the only answer is like if you sit there for like just to give an example, like say you were rolling insights and you wanted to get a 35% insight, and you're sitting there rolling insights in this one game, and it just keeps rolling horrible every single time, and you don't know what's going on. Like it's just like it's never giving you anything above like 30%, and it seems to be just giving you the worst rolls known to man. You might want to just make another game and go to another game, because you could just be in a horrible seed code. At least for rolling rune words, that is.
Yeah, I saw a couple of your videos regarding like how to force a burr rune and then how to force a mel rune in single player.
So you can do it in multiplayer too. The problem is that you can't figure out the seed code. So like there's no command that I can type in online and be like, okay, what seed code am I in? And then figure out like the route for that particular seed code. I can't do that, because like obviously that would be enabling me to perform those type of PRNG calculations. It's one of the things that Cooley and I were also like talking about, is that like if you could potentially figure out the seed code for the game that you were in, you could sit there and roll perfect griefs and like perfect, you know, for perfect like last wishes and like perfect breath of the dyings and all sorts of stuff. Because once you know what seed code you're in, you know whether or not the roll is going to be good or not, and you would just like keep cycling through until you found a good seed code, and then you would roll your perfect grief, and it would drop the value of perfect griefs like crazy too. Because if I could guarantee rolling a perfect grief every single time, I mean, they would just be flooding the market basically at that point. The whole entire thing comes down to finding out the seed code in online, which is proving to be difficult. I have some theories on how it could be achieved. I don't know whether it should be achieved, because I feel like if I do it, it'll completely ruin online play. Everybody will have burr runes and like perfect items all over the place, like day 2 a ladder. Somebody stole your Horked Pole rune? That's terrible, Grisha.
Good night.
Good morning.
Morning?
Good evening.
Are you guys in Japan?
We are Japanese, if you please. Don't come down if you have the fleas. Can you find the seed code by the tile and layout of the dungeons? So the answer to that question is no, because the seed code and the map code are separated from each other, which makes it impossible to figure it out that way. So seed code and map code actually like roll separately from each other as a separate function. So you can have like a seed with a different map in a online game, and then you can have that same seed roll later on, but this time it has a completely different map than the time before, because they separated out the map code and the seed code from each other. Map code, as far as I could tell, would actually be pretty easy to determine because, well, map hack exists, and I'm pretty sure that map hack is directly reading the map code to determine like what the map is, because I don't think it's downloading the map from online or mapping it in some way. I'm pretty sure it's just looking at the file and it's pulling out the code. So the map code is actually really easy to determine. Have I tried watering my seed and giving it plenty of sunshine? I have indeed. I have indeed. I let Kubus water it for me. He's good at that. Kubus knows how to water the plants. He just lifts his leg. One little lift. I appreciate all the donos, Balthazar. Single-handed me, keeping me employed in the Diablo land. Here's $1. Here's $1. Here's $1. Bone weave boots.
Who has a necromancer?
Necromancer. Have I tried blasting my seed all over the place to be able to read it? Well, dang. That escalated quickly. I'm pretty sure that gets you in jail, Balthazar.
Only if you do it in public.
I mean...
Storm killed.
I feel like the all over the place pretty much, like, says that that's public.
There was a blue Shaco.
The
the
bluest of Shaco. The Shaco so blue.
Diablo dropped a blue Shaco.
One little, two little, three little Shaco. Four little, five little, six little Shaco. Bob, 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 bob.
I rolled +2. That's not bad. It's
+3
not
cold
playing
skills,
necro.
sorceress, glacial amulet.
I mean, I'm not playing them, but I won't let them go to waste. Hold them for a swappy or something. At +3 to Spirit of the Barb's Druid Helm, Ginger.
Is there anything else on it?
Nope.
What's the base? Is it actually a good base?
It's an
Oh,
Earth Spirit.
I got like some crappy
123
+3 spirit barbs helmets.
Yeah, it's a 123 Earth Spirit.
Superior bone weave, 3 sockets. It's just got durability increase.
There, it's this Earth Spirit here if you want it.
Just, oh, it's better than the ones that I'm holding on to. Defense-wise, at least.
I'm trying to find one that gives +3 to Fire Claw. Ooh, yeah.
Copper seal.
+2 Druid Club. Dual Leech, 100% enhanced. It's got cold damage on it, life leech. Freaking weird. Siren Club. bygones foodies. It's so hot up here, even with the cold water. It's not working. It's not working. It's not working, man. It's not working.
We got 4 minutes, enough for one more run, probably.
Yeah, this will probably be the last run.
Shoot. Shoot. Seems to be going pretty good.
Yeah. Next one's bear.
Next one's what?
Barracks.
Ooh.
Barracks. It's not the best.
I was kind of hoping it'd be like a repeat of the other day where it was like cows and chaos and world stone.
Emerald Jewel of Honor. I was just thinking in terms of efficiency with my build, like in terms of the group. Like I sit there and I give all you guys the Thorns and I give all you guys the really high Spirit of the Barbs. So technically you're all just reflecting the damage for me. It's pretty sweet. And that's a pretty decent Fortitude base, actually. Anybody want a Merc Fortitude base?
It's the Diamond Mail.
Yeah, that's 771 Superior.
Ethereal?
Ethereal.
Wow.
4 socket at that.
There was a
That's
3
not
socket ethereal
terrible.
chaos armor that dropped earlier. It's like 493 or something like that, I think.
Yeah, that's nowhere near as good. Chaos is exceptional, I think. That one is an elite base. Ethereal elite base with 4 sockets. Oh yeah, Millibrega's armor drop and get my 100 rank sword ready for it. Oh no. Don't put Millibrega's on your sword, Balthazar. It's barely even good for a paladin. And only if you wear the whole set. I can't think of anything that Millibrega's does that would make you want to wear that stuff.
I usually the shield on switch when I'm magic finding for the, because the shield has 20 MF.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't have a rhyme shield, like, I can get it. But as soon as you get a rhyme shield, you just throw the Millibregas away. Rhyme shield is 25, and it has way better stats, and it has cannot be frozen. All resistances, like, the whole 9 yards. It's better than Eisenhardt's, Millibrega's shield in, like, every way.
Did we forget another?
We did. No, we only have one.
Yeah, I got it.
No, it's too late. It didn't spawn. We failed. No. What a world! What a world!
Who took this mouse? I will take it.
What?
The ethereal 6-socket mouse, someone found it.
Oh, I thought you said mole.
Yeah,
I mean, like I thought you said Malrune. I was like, Malrune? What Malrune?
no, not that good.
It's fine. I'll just Zod my Storm Shield, and that should work fine for the moment. Alright, Balthazar. Okay. Balthazar comes in here to troll me. It's okay, Balthazar. Alright.
Hail to you, champion.
Alright, I'm not. No. Barracks is okay, but jail sucks. Barracks isn't the most amazing either, though. Hmm. The only trolling would be to have the storm shield break. Oh my god. How can it break? How can it break? Shields just don't take damage. Like, hardly ever.
Storm Shield is naturally indestructible.
I know, but even then, like, even if it wasn't indestructible, like, shields rarely ever take damage. I don't think I've ever had a shield break, unless it was, like, 10 durability, and even then it took me, like, several days of silliness for it to finally crack. Or it was, like, a cracked buckler from, like, normal difficulty. Even if. Ow, skeletons. One little, two little stupid skeletons. Gonna punch them right in their ugly militons. Ugh, jail. No, thank you. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. There's monsters down there. I don't want to go to jail. Oh, is it only archers down here? Wait. Legit. Only archers? That's all that's down here? Are you gay? Are you gay? Why are you gay? How about that? He got 15th on the ladder? Yeah, he sent me a message, said he got 99. I told him grassy booty butt. He had one bad death that set him back tremendously. Like, even a single death set you back so far. It's unfortunate. I saw him grinding up a storm. Notice how he never said no. I don't need to say no. I live with a woman. We have sex on a regular basis. Do you live with a woman? Are you gay? Are you? I like that guy. Was that the one TikTok guy? He's like, why are you gay? That guy's hilarious. He does like his Trump impersonations. Freaking love them things. He's like doing the impersonation while he's dodging bullets. China, China, China. China, China, China. I'm not really interested in PvP. Cooley can have his PvP domination. He's the dominant PvP player. PvP streamer at that. I ain't mad at it. think that pretty much clears this one out. I'm gonna move on to the next one. I don't want to go down into the jail. The barracks is okay, the jail is not. No! They put too many restrictions on PvP for my liking. Every time I have a conversation with anybody from any kind of PvP organization, I'm always like, oh man, Astrions would be really fun in PvP, and they're like, not banned. Like, not good manners. Can't use that, not good manners. Can't use that. Nope, that's not allowed. Can't do that. Nope, can't do that. Nope, nope, not allowed. Can't do that. I'm like, what is allowed? I'm like, holy Jesus.
Lycander's aim, anybody? Anybody need it or want it?
This late in ladder, I'm not sure if anybody needs it. I was using it for quite some time on my Amazon until I hit, like Wind Force and stuff like that, but kind of outclassed it at this point. Might be good to hold on for a swappy just in case anybody needs it though. Yeah, PvP changed a lot though since the old days. It's not really the same thing anymore. Don't get me wrong, I used to PvP a lot back in the day. Sometimes I would just go in just to piss people off. Like, no actual try to, I'm not trying to actually kill anybody, because, depending on what kind of build you were, you might not be able to kill anything, but I remember I made a couple characters back in the day that were literally just designed to, like, piss people off because they couldn't die. Like, before Enigma, my Druid was hilarious. He would just go into the PvP games with all the sorceresses and the lightning Javazons and all the other characters that were just like dishing out tons of elemental damage, and he would just sit in the middle of them and cast cyclone armor over and over again and never die. I always used to laugh at that. I'm like, oh yeah, you biggest, baddest lightning sorceress that ever existed, okay. And I'm just like, cyclone armor, cyclone armor, cyclone armor, cyclone armor, cyclone armor, cyclone armor. Like, oh, what's the matter? You can't kill me? Cyclone armor, cyclone armor. Cyclone armor, cyclone armor. Eventually they'd get pissed off and they'd go get their barbarian and kill me because cyclone armor doesn't work on physical damage. I used to love the barbarians back in the day too when Thorns wasn't nerfed into oblivion. People come in with their big bad dueler, PvP dueler barbarians, and they would like aggro you while you were trying to do regular stuff and try and kill you. And I would just wait till they got within range. I would toggle Thorns on, watch them whirlwind through me, die on the other side. Then I would just, like, wouldn't even break my stance. I would just keep attacking the monsters and wouldn't even pay any attention to them. Because legitimately that's all you had to do versus the barbarians. Like, when they came to kill you, you would just toggle Thorns on, watch them kill themselves on the Thorns, and then toggle your regular aura back on, and then just move on with your life. And then one day they nerfed Thorns, and it wasn't possible to do that anymore, unfortunately. Sadness. 66. Only goes to 2 sockets though, so meh.
You feel bad for ruining that barbarian's fun?
I mean, I didn't go out and PvP him. He came in and PvP'd me. I didn't ruin his fun. He was trying to ruin mine. I stopped him from ruining my fun. That's what happened. He was not very happy about that, but you know, that'd be what it be. Maybe he should be less rude. My original paladin was so messed up though. He had like 1 point and everything.
It's just what you did back then.
Oh, I remember when Boson was just like, I don't even understand. Boson used to be one of the most overpowered characters, I swear. It wasn't just like the damage output, it wasn't like the poison or any of the other stuff. There was like something innately broken in the way that the Amazon functioned. I remember the Amazon's arrows going for screens. Not screen, but screens, multiple. Like, I remember being able to sit in the moors and, like, fire at the doorway from, like, 4 or 5 screens away, and my arrows would still hit the doorway. And I could just sit there in the back, like, so far away from the doorway and just fire multi-shots and kill anything that walked out of the doorway from miles away. Even sometimes after the arrows would cease to even be visible, they would still be going in whatever direction they were going in. Like, it was insane. It wasn't until much later that they actually sort of capped out, like, the distance that the arrow, like, your multi-shot could go. Like, I distinctly remember on Amazon, like, back in the day, like, Classic, you could just take your Amazon into the cows, like, and just stand at the portal and fire multi-shots in any direction you wanted and kill, like, half the freaking cow area. And if you just stood there at the portal and just fired and just watched the life leech and the mana leech little things above your head, you could tell whether the cows were still alive or whether they were all dead. And when the life and mana leech things disappeared completely in all directions, you knew that pretty much everything was dead. And you could either go and try and find more cows that may have, like, evaded your arrows because they were out of line of sight, or you could just leave and go to the next game.
That and guided arrow was broken because it used to hit for max damage every time, and if it didn't, it would turn around and hit again, and it would just keep ping, 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 ping.
I mean, it was good for single target damage, but it wasn't like the most amazing thing in the world. It was great for PvP fun, like locking down paladins. I had many times on my paladin I went to PvP and I'd encounter one of those Zons, and I had like 1 frame blocking on my paladin, just so that I could avoid that kind of stuff. And like I would just sit there and it was just like they couldn't kill me, I couldn't kill them. That's what PvP was all about back in the day. And the evil sorceress is just sitting at the door laughing. Can't count how many times you go into a PvP game would just be a lightning sorc with like maxed out lightning storm just standing by the door. Like not even there, they'd just be like AFK. And if you walked out and you didn't have enough resistances to take the lightning storm, you just immediately would fall down.
My memory may be bad, but I remember in Classic, like half the time I got rushed by somebody or helped me kill Diablo, they didn't go get their sorceress. They went and got their Amazon.
Well, you didn't in Classic, like the EXP range on things was so good that like you didn't even have to be near them. Like in the modern game, you got to be like at least like 1 screen away, I think, from the target, or you don't get any EXP. And now, like in the previous game, like you didn't even need to be in the area. I distinctly remember getting massive amounts of EXP from just standing near the portal in town. I don't know exactly what was going on. Like it was been a long time since then, but like I distinctly remember getting rushed, and I would be in like Act 4, standing next to the portal, and my level was going up, like standing in town. Like that's what I remember.
They were called bloody runs. You would walk out into the bloody foothills in Act 5, and from the entrance you could get experience from somebody killing Shank.
Yep, that too. That's why Bloody Foothills was so good EXP wise back in the day. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, these barracks, the barracks isn't bad. Like, I gotta admit, the barracks is nice. Jail sucks, but like, barracks is good. I'm flying through the barracks right now. As soon as I complete the barracks, I just leave, make another game. What's up, Smithy Smithy? What's the matter? You seem to be dead. That's pretty easy. Korea too. Nope, we're not going down. Get that weapon rack though. Dead ends, nobody in here. Nobody's in here. Pretty sure we killed it all. Oh, missed this room. Champion Devilkin Shaman. Blue coronets. I can't stand with these druid spirits. Like, it feels like everything and their mama is trying to kill the druid spirit, like, all the time. Don't matter how tanky the druid spirit is, doesn't matter, like, what steroids you feed the druid spirit. Like, it just feels like the druid spirit is always, and I mean always, like, it's just the number one target for the monsters. Like, they're like, ooh, it's a druid spirit. Let's all attack that first, because... you know, reasons and chocolate pie.
I still say it wouldn't be hard to make it. The code for the Raven is in the game. They can't be hit, and they expire after a certain number of events. Make the Druid Spirit something that can't be hit, and make it expire after a time limit.
We got 74 out of 75. One more person. I just need one more person to sub on Kick, and I can become monetized over on Kick too. One more person. One more person. Do 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 do. One more person. Do 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 do. One more. I mean, one more robot. Do 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 do. One more robot. Do 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 do.
It's going to be the next patch notes. We've made the Druid Spirits like Ravens. They now expire after 3 minutes.
I mean, I'd be fine with that.
But they can't be attacked.
Well, Ravens don't even have a time limit. They have a hit limit.
Hit limit, yeah.
They
But the
just-
code should be in there. They shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel to do that.
What's the best place to shop for a base for white? Well, the answer to that question lies in the question itself. A base for white, right? A base. What's a base? It's a white. Not referring to the rune word. It's a white base. On pretty much all vendors from, I think it's like Act 3 normal up to Act 5 Hell only sell blue items. They no longer sell white items. So the answer to the question lies in the question. Like, if you're trying to shop for a base, you have to go to the only places that you can actually shop bases at. There's only 2 acts in the entire game where you can shop bases. The first one is Act 1, which you probably don't want to go to because Act 1 doesn't tend to have the highest level pieces of equipment. And then Act 2 also has, you know, like white bases, as in like white items that they sell. And then that's it. After that point, you will no longer see white items in the shop at any point because they don't sell anywhere else in the game. So, hopefully that answers your question. Is there any point trying to get a superior base for black, or should I just throw in on the first 3 open socket flail I can find? Generally, I like to go with one that has higher durability, so, like, the highest durability bases tend to be better, because that way you don't have to go back down to repairable. But yeah, you can make it like any flail or whatever. It doesn't really matter all that much. And thank you for the donation, by the way. Big donos.
I need a key.
Coming at you, coming at you, coming at you hot. Coming at you, coming at you, coming at you with the bots. So many juvies in my inventory. Ugh, I gotta go to work tonight. I don't want to go to work, guys. Rescue me. Alright, some millionaire donate me like $1 million so I don't gotta go to work. $1 million. You can just send me Bitcoin. I'll take Bitcoin. Or Dogecoin. You got Dogecoin? Dogecoin? Oh no, not Dogecoin. We want our doses to go up. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little doses. 4 little, 5 little, 6 little doses. What's the max order? For North Star Spider? What are you talking about? Skills? 20 Holy Bolt, 20 Fist of the Heavens, 20 Holy Shield, 20 Fanaticism. Like 10 points in Smite. I need to put this low rune up for raffle. If I can remember how to do a raffle. I don't even remember. I don't remember the commands at all. Doot 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 doot. Don't remember the commands. Boop boop. What the hell was the command? Hey, I want a Soj. When did I do that? I think it's like I think it's G list or Slash G create. That's what it is. Slash G create. Boop. Okay. Boop. Raffle created. What is the order? Generally Holy Bolts, and then Fist of the Heavens, so you have a nice something to work with. Then Holy Shield, and then Fanaticism, and then finally Smite at the very end of everything. Smeatons. I need to turn on the air conditioner. It's stifling in here. Alright. Air conditioner on, not like it matters for right this second, because it's still hot as balls. I gotta keep it cool up here for the chinchillas. They don't do good in hot weather. Oh, look, it's the Power Rangers. What's up, Mr. Yeti? Funks. No, the wrong one. Alright, terrorized barracks. Ooh, a superior spirit mask. One socket, nothing good. The way he just like mows through physical like melee build characters. Like any setup that's melee, they run up, they hit him, they take like massive amounts of damage when they hit him, and he just mows through them. It's glorious. It's not quite the same with the ranged ones, but with the melee ones, oh my god, he didn't even stand a chance. Well, this build could be refined even further. I really don't have optimal equipment for it. I feel like swapping to a Might Merc might be even better. Put like Bulwark on him. Let the Bulwark do the Thorns action, and then instead of having Thorns as the aura, have a different aura. He's currently running this pretty nice amp weapon.
You mean Bramble? not bulwark.
I said bramble, didn't I?
Thought I heard bulwark, but I could be wrong.
I mean, he has one of those on his head, too.
Definitely could be my hearing.
I was also thinking about wearing the bulwark, I mean, the bramble myself. Just go with a completely different merc. Reinforced base. Tangoon's teaching, I believe. A mage skeleton pack with fanaticism. It's absolutely useless to them. It does them no good whatsoever. Ooh, and a real rare scythe. Come on, big money. Huh?
Does it help their attack speed any?
No, because it's a spell. That would be, they would need FCR for that. Which they do not have.
Imagine if there was an FCR aura.
I think everybody would be running that then. So close to level 88. I gotta admit, this character has surprised me with how efficient he is at killing. I mean, yeah, he's not like super efficient at killing everything, but I mean, who is super efficient at killing everything? Even the North Star Smiter struggles with, you know, like non-undead, non-demons in large numbers. Hammerden struggles in frickin' Maggot Lair. As everybody laughs at him. What's the matter, Hammerden? I thought you was the best. Shut up, okay? My hammers don't work in you.
It's not what you want to see on a North Star. A pack of naturally immune, elite pack of 10 animals that are naturally immune to physical.
Oh, well, magic, so physical immune isn't really as big of a deal on North Star Spider if you set up for it. Actually, I have some easy ways of dealing with it. I mean, like, first off, you get, open wounds goes through physical immunity, so you get to use that to kill them. It doesn't kill them particularly quickly, but it still kills them. You can also have, like, a Lawbringer or something like that on off swap, which, you can use to proc to Crepify. It works pretty well. And if you happen to have an amp damage weapon, that's even better. I had to deal with all those problems when I was doing the solo self-found North Star Smiter leveling up. Came up with all sorts of ingenious solutions. Had like a random amp dagger that I found like somewhere. Was using that to kill all the physical immunes. It's pretty good. Between that and open wounds, I was able to take them all down relatively easily. How did my merc just die too? That's weird. I didn't even see what killed him.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Dang it, Ilzan!
The order welcomes you.
I never asked for assistance at retail stores. I'm solo shelf bound. If they ask you if you need any help, you need to always respond like, no, I know more than you do. I've worked at this one store for a long time, and some people there just don't even know that I work there because I'm like night shift. I only work a couple days a week at that, and I'll be shopping there, and they'll ask me if I need any help, and I'm like, you're new here. I was like, I know more than you. Go away. It's like I already know where everything is. Practically built this city. I built this city. Built this city on Rocky Road. Oh yeah. I don't want to go to work tonight. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I gotta cover vacation for the boss. It is the poopies. I have to be responsible. A responsible adult. Woo boo hoo. I don't want to be responsible. I want to be irresponsible, dang it. I want to wear sleepy pants and not put on shoes and socks.
Can you imagine how much D2 we could play if we didn't have responsibilities?
I don't want to have to put on no shoes and no socks. Is full towels frozen fire what a fireball orb still a decent magic finder? Yeah, you can use full towels for magic finding. It's pretty effective. It's not the best out there in the world, but it's definitely viable. Works 100%. It's one of the easiest ways to magic find. Just get yourself a full towel set early on, and you can just forget about min-maxing for a little while and just put your head down and get your gear straight. And then once you get all your gear straight, then you can swap over to a better setup. You don't need a better setup. You don't need it.
Good luck getting Tails armor though.
Usually, Tal's 3-piece is pretty popular for magic finding early on anyway, Brandon. So, like, even after you get rid of the other pieces, or better pieces, the Tal's 3-piece is, without a doubt, still one of the best magic find setups. What is it? Amulet, belt, armor, I think. Stop resurrecting everything. Just have the armor drop on the Durance Council. Nice. Could definitely lace that little armor up and be Barney the dinosaur. I mean, wear it. It's purple and it looks like Barney the dinosaur. I need some snacks.
Rattle cage is cheaper though.
Rattle cage also makes you look like Barney the dinosaur? I don't think that's really what sorceresses are hoping for, though.
If you're just going for the fashion.
delicious chocolate at the bottom. No. Cannot let it go to waste.
It's locked.
That was a delicious peanut nutty buddy bar. Absolutely scrumdiddlyumptious. He's gonna make weapons from my bones. I think it'd be funny if, like, if the smith ever kills you, you come back and you kill him, and he drops, like, a weapon that's made out of bone. It's got, like, your name on it. Like, GGM_Briars bone axe or something. Like, literally made a weapon out of your bones. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, wow. Well.
Festo uses your soul.
Well, he's going to use it to fuel the health forge, right?
Yeah.
He's going to fuel it. So you get the smith and you get Hephaestus together, and then he'll use your soul to fuel the health forge, and then your bones to make a nice weapon out of it.
Yep.
Ah. Poison Creeper got you. Man, Spirit of the Barbs and Thorns is such a powerful combo. It really is. I'm very impressed. Especially if you can get amp in there. Which I've got 2 sources of amp right now. Seems to be pretty reliable. Reliable enough, anyway. Superior serpent skin armor. I kind of wish there wasn't a 0 drain effectiveness monsters in this game. I feel like it really puts a hurting on the melee classes. You set up an entire character whose survivability relies on life leech, and then they're just like, oh, no life leech. No life leech for you. And you're just like, oh, okay, so my whole character sucks now. Alright. Thank you very much. Love that. Appreciate it.
better than that idea, how about some type of unique effect on weapon or some armor gives you life leech even whenever there's a grand effectiveness? I guess they already have that with life tap.
I wonder if a replenished life druid build would even be viable with the amount of HP that druids have. I'm not sure you could ever have enough replenished life to really ever like fill that massive hit point pool. And even then, like, getting that much replenished life would probably completely gimp your character in the process. I mean, you could, of course, go with a prayer merc and then, like, synergize it. Then you're, like, heavily relying on the mercenary for regeneration.
It's like you could put on Drax right now, but you would lose amp.
I mean, yeah. And losing amp would be a pretty big hit, honestly. That's like a damage versus like survivability argument. Like, yeah, I could put life tap on and be survivable, but then, like, how long is it going to take me to kill these monsters with no amp? Amp's a pretty huge kill speed increase. He's taking out my little buddy like that. That's just rude. Amp is just so effective. Like, you get into a nice pack, you hit him with that amp, and it's just like, Not only for my damage output, but also for the Thorns. Like, once their resistance is lowered, it makes it so much easier for the Thorns to take them out as well. They just take massive amounts of damage from the Thorns. Is that a BOTD? It is a BOTD. It is indeed. Hey, I got 75 people on Kick. I'm gonna apply for monetization right now. Let's do it. An error occurred while creating the account. Well, fine then. So I'll have to do that later. Shoom, shoom, shoom. I got the fountain. What's up, Stone Skin? Extra fast. I'm so behind the freaking times on the Invincible TV show. I'm only just now catching up. I really like it though. I don't know what it is about the show I really like. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know why I like it.
I watched the first season. I haven't watched the second.
There's 3 seasons now.
I guess I'm further behind.
It's getting even better. It's getting better. I don't know. There is a little bit of that like inconsistency going on. Like you ever watch like a superhero movie or like a comic book strip or something, and like in one comic book strip, dude's like takes a cannon blast straight to the face, like not even phased, like doesn't even have a bruise on his mouth, and then like next comic strip comes out and he gets hit by like a regular superhero, like like Batman or something like that, and all of a sudden he's like bleeding, his mouth is bleeding or something.
Yep.
There is a little bit of inconsistency going on there, and I feel like it's part of like a big issue in the show is that they're really inconsistent in applying the powers of the individuals to themselves.
Well, the longer the show goes, the more that's going to happen. I mean, take even Superman like that, and very inconsistent at times.
Well, like take Flash as an example. Flash is one of like the biggest proponents of this because Flash is so fast that he literally can like move like within a attosecond or something like that. Like there's like a comic strip with the Flash talking about like Flash attosecond or something. Yeah, here it is right here. Let me pull this up real quick. He says, I can think at the speed of light. I can perceive events that last for less than an attosecond. I can run faster than time. What do I see when I run across the country, Superman? I see everything and everyone. And he says an attosecond. That's 0.000.000.000.001 seconds. Try saying that out loud. He says it's effing impossible for the human mind to imagine just how effing short of a time frame that is. Let me give you some comparisons. Like 12 attoseconds is the shortest measurable period of time. In a single second, light can circle around the Earth 7.5 times, and in a single attosecond, light would barely manage to move from one end of a molecule to the other end. If you could perceive the world in that speed, even light would appear frozen to you. 1 attosecond is a second. What the size of an atom is to the size of the entire planet times 100. If you were immortal living in that time frame, you would live out the entire age of the universe and the time it would take a normal person to blink. And he said less than an attosecond. And so like people are using this as a reference to just like completely talk about how absolutely busted Flash is in terms of like keeping his powers like in the realm of reality, because Flash is so fast that when he gets punched, the only reason he would ever get punched is if he wanted to get punched.
Yes.
So
literally, you should be able to avoid everything.
And yeah, in other words, Flash is so fast that there is literally no one on the planet that should be able to punch Flash. Doesn't matter how fast they are. Like saying that Flash is well, he was distracted at that particular moment. Like that doesn't even apply, because not only can Flash move at the speed of light, but he can also think at the speed of light, which basically means that a attosecond is literally almost an eternity to him, because he's literally thinking at the same speed that he's moving. So if he gets hit by somebody, he saw it coming like many years in advance. He knew it was coming. He's like, oh, that guy's trying to punch me. Should I let him punch me? Or maybe, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if I should let him punch me. I don't want to think I'm too powerful, so I don't want to dodge it like immediately. Let's do like a half dodge, and then we'll do like a pseudo like flip back, and then like we'll have him graze our chin and like blood come down. And like he could literally plan out exactly what's going on within like, 1 attosecond essentially, which is more than enough time to avoid the punch. So people have made the joke that literally the Flash, Flash's like inconsistency in his power and how he like sometimes gets hit by superheroes and supervillains which do not even have super speed. Like we're not even talking about like Superman that can go really fast. We're talking about like regular average human like Batman or something like hitting Flash, right? Like at that point, why did Flash get hit by Batman? Well, obviously because Flash wanted to get hit by Batman. That's literally the only answer. Because if the Flash can think that fast and move that fast and literally perceive the world at that ability, then nobody can literally touch him. Like, he would be able to avoid anything and anyone with ease. And it just gets sillier from there. Like, if you start looking at other superheroes and their powers and, like, how they inconsistently apply their powers across a television show or something, and it's just like, I don't even understand. It has to either be the like planned obsolescence, basically, or the other side of the equation is just that the writers are stupid and don't pay attention to what they write. Be like, okay, Superman is so powerful, he can lift, you know, like 10 trillion tons. And then, like, Superman has trouble lifting a truck or something stupid like that. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought he could lift, like, 10 trillion tons. Like, why did he have trouble lifting a truck? And they're like,
He's sick today.
he had the Kryptonian flu. That's what it was. And it sapped his powers ever so slightly, so he could only lift a truck instead of 1 trillion tons.
But you would have to think, even on a bad day, Flash should be able to outreact anybody.
I mean, there are versions of Flash that are slower before he realizes how powerful his powers are, but like even some of the lesser like speed Flashes are still going faster than Superman. Like, they're still literally faster than Superman and he can still perceive time faster than Superman. So, like, at what point or another do you just admit that Flash literally can't be hit, and that if he gets hit, it's because he's being stupid, or he wanted to get hit? I don't even understand. You can't make a character that goes that fast and thinks that fast and then have him actually be even on, like, the same plane as regular villains. Dark Woods Underground Passage. It's better than what I'm in right now. I ain't mad at it. A rare jewel of the poopies. That is definitely the poopies. That is not good. Extreme de poopies. To the dark wood, where we can kill our fellow players in the dark wood. Vile Lancers. I like Vile Lancers. They do the poke, and then they get the poke back, because I'm a Thorns character. Their poke is strong, but my poke is a reflecting poke. What's up, Santos Suds? Yo. Scissors, K-tar, doo 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 doo. Scissors, K-tar, woo woo woo. I don't know, but anyway, back to like Invincible. I feel like Invincible like suffers from that a lot. I feel like they literally will set somebody up to be like almost next to Invincible, and then have them get hit by somebody who's not even really as strong as them, and then somehow like still get injured. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I actually get really confused sometimes with the power scaling in that show. The power scaling in Invincible is a little off. Sacred armor. 1 socket. Woo! The whole Viltrumite thing is really weird too. Like them being super powerful and having like amazing blood. Able to adapt to any like DNA. Why do people say D2R doesn't have an end game? I don't know. They're probably the same people that like do Hammered in every single season and like get their set up
Thanks,
off of
Ginger.
JSP and what?
As I'm playing, I said thanks, Ginger, as I'm playing a Hammered in right next.
Yeah, but how many seasons have you done a Hammered in? Like how many? How many?
No, I usually turn them into Smiter. I mean,
But how many seasons have you done a Hammered? Like, I mean,
18.
18? Oh my god.
But I do a Hammered in. I mean, I do because I played solo self-bound, so I did it to beat Ubers by myself, and
I see.
and I do a Sork, and I've played every character almost every season.
Khan didn't like that.
That's funny. I thought it was funny.
I mean, it's fun to play other characters. So,
Yeah, I enjoy all the characters. Really do.
I think that's the real end game of D2 is definitely having fun with all the different builds.
Yeah, until you played them all. What do you mean? No.
There's always the Holy Grail.
He's a holy diver. He's a man of our dreams. What's up, pack of skeletons?
We could ask them for comparison. What game were they talking about that has an end game? And then we can pull apart that game.
I mean, like Path of Exile 2 basically has no end game. Yeah, the end game on that game is.
Well, I think their end game is TBD. The game hasn't been out long enough for them to have done enough updates.
If you watch the developer conference thing, where they literally said that they spent the majority of their efforts like cultivating end game, like you would never say that. They basically said, without a doubt, like you can go back and you can watch it. I have it on live stream. They said that instead of doing Acts 4, 5, and 6, that they stopped all development on Acts 4, 5, and 6 so that they could instead pour all development time into generating an endgame for Path of Exile 2. At which point, they copied Acts 4, 5, and 6 instead and made them into like nightmare versions of Act 4, Act 1, 2, and 3 essentially, instead of making 4, 5, and 6. And so that's the reason why we got duplicated acts for like the second part of the game, is because they said without a shadow of a doubt that they were diverting all development time into creating endgame for Path of Exile 2. So I don't really think that like holds muster. The endgame that we got was literally the development time for the entirety of Acts 4, 5, and 6 poured into endgame. And it still turned out poopy. What's up, Balthazar? The other fun thing is as you approach light speed, your mass exponentially increases and the Flash technically can do an infinite mass punch. That's right. Infinite mass punch. Isn't there one episode where literally he ran around the entire universe just to punch somebody in the face? I thought that was pretty funny.
I think it was the Earth, but yeah.
No, there's one where he ran around the entire universe. There's definitely one where he ran around the whole Earth to punch somebody. Well, that was when he was in, like, baby Flash mode. Like, when he went into, like, Ultra Flash mode, like, he ran around the entire universe and then punched somebody in the face.
I hadn't seen that one.
And did it in, like, less than a second. The flash is like completely BS because of the speed force. The speed force just enables him to do anything he wants to do. It's absolutely broken.
Well, he's beyond fast, and then he can disregard the laws of physics because of the speed force that would normally break things with his speed, and then he can heal super fast.
Well, yeah, he also has super fast healing because of the speed force. So even if he injures himself, he can heal himself relatively quickly. And I don't really think physics matter to him since he can vibrate through molecules, so...
Well, somebody argued like Superman is very fast, but he causes shockwaves and he has to slow himself down so he doesn't kill people when he flies by.
Well, he's physically fast. He just has very high physical... Yeah.
Flash never has to do that. It's like the speed force just negates that shockwave, and that he never has to be slow around people.
I mean, people still like vomit when he moves them, though.
I need a key.
So, like, if you move, if he like carries you somewhere super fast, you still like, you still felt it. You'd be vomiting on the other side.
But you being moved by him, that's not a shockwave that you're feeling beside him.
Couldn't the Flash also flash everyone and not have noticed? Of course he could. But then again, if somebody had a fast enough camera, you know, they could like go back frame by frame and get a picture of him naked. Like one frame of the camera. Speaking of super fast cameras, did you hear the crazy theory that how was it? CNN was knew about the Trump assassination before it went into place?
No, I didn't. That's crazy.
So like, let me make sure I get my facts straight before I. So. Yeah, it was CNN. So CNN had covered not a single one of Trump's rallies, like for basically ever. They were actually on record as basically having avoided like every single rally that Trump ever did. But miraculously, for some reason, despite the fact that CNN avoided every single rally,
Trump.
they were at the rally that Trump was, the assassination attempt was at. So they were at that rally. Out of all the rallies that he was at, they were at that rally for some specific reason. Okay. Now this is circumstantial evidence, not exactly conclusive on its own. However, they also brought with them, for some reason, a high-speed camera capable of taking pictures of very fast objects. You understand why I thought of this? Because we're talking about the flash, you know, flashing somebody and then being caught on camera, right? So it would be like one frame of a camera. Right, so now high-speed cameras really can't be held down for long periods of time, and we're talking about, you know, like thousands of frames per second. So you really can't sit there and just hold down a high-speed camera and take an image of whatever you want. You have to know like when you're taking a picture of something, right? So like if you're in sports or whatever, and you're trying to get that really good, you know, like photo of, you know, like Michael Jordan, like taking a specific shot at a specific moment, like you're gonna wait until he's just about to take the shot, and then you're gonna hold down the button, and you're gonna get like 1,000 photos or like 2,000 photos in like 2 seconds, and hopefully you got the one that you want, right? Well, not only did CNN only attend this one Trump rally, but they also brought with them high-speed photography equipment, which is something that you don't bring to a rally. It's something that you would bring to like a sporting event, like like NASCAR or something like that, where the cars are zipping around the track going like 200, 300 miles an hour or something. Like it's a camera that you wouldn't normally bring to that kind of event. Not only did they know to bring that camera, but they also were holding down the button at the exact moment when he got shot. So you can't just hold down the button on those cameras. You have to know when you're going to be taking the picture to capture the high-speed photograph. Because, you know, a bullet traveling across is traveling so fast that it's like, what, like a second? You have 1 second to know when that bullet is gonna go across the target. So Like there's a whole theory. It's a it's a conspiracy theory, but there's a whole conspiracy theory going around that literally CNN knew that Trump was going to get assassinated on that particular day, and that's the only reason they attended the rally in the first place. Knew to bring the high-speed equipment to take a photograph of it, and basically set up everything in advance so they could get the photograph that they knew was going to happen. And what's his name? Rogan, Joe, on the Rogan podcast, he basically just like blamed, like accused CNN directly, and CNN responded to Joe Rogan, which was also really weird. And they were vehement that they had no clue that it happened, and that they were only at the rally because supposedly Trump was going to be announcing his vice president pick or something like that. But it's all like really strange. I was looking into it, and the evidence really does kind of support that they maybe knew what was going on. That's maybe somebody told them in advance, like, hey, be at this particular place at this particular time. Something important is going to happen. Maybe they didn't specifically know that Trump was going to get assassinated, but for them to be present with the right equipment to take advantage of whatever was going to happen when they were never present previous, and also just happened to bring the right equipment with them to take advantage of what was going on, was really weird. And also the fact that they got the shot when they wouldn't necessarily know when to hold down the button for a high-speed camera shot like that. It's all of it points really, really strangely toward maybe, somebody tipped them off in advance that it was going to happen. I thought it was pretty crazy myself looking into the evidence. I was like, okay, all right. Oh, and they got the photo, and they happened to bring a high-speed camera, and this was the only rally they attended out of like every rally that President Trump did.
Well, CNN posted a video of Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah, they responded directly to Rogan.
No. I mean, when Rogan had COVID, he posted a video sharing how he was, and CNN reposted the video, but they added a filter that
Make him look sicker. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they added a filter to make him look sicker.
Yeah, it's because when he was taking ivermectin, and the whole news was against taking that for for the coronavirus.
But it's absurd because if you see the two videos, it's like a really big filter,
So they just put like a TikTok filter on. They put like a TikTok filter on him.
He did look like a zombie in there.
That's crazy.
And they did it just for effect, they wanted to show, like, if you don't do what we say, you're gonna get really sick and look like him.
Yeah, it's pure manipulation. The word.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we know there's manipulation now, right? Like, we don't even have to guess. Like, there's no conspiracy theories involved. Like, we've seen the the stuff that Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, has been uncovering. Like, straight up paychecks to these organizations for controlling the flow of information in specific directions. Reuters, New York Times. I can't even remember all of them. I can't even keep it straight anymore. No, tornado, beep it in. I saw that other article today said that the Democratic Party's at like the most all-time low.
Oh yeah, I saw that CNN.
Of like approval rating. Like something like 27%, apparently.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap. It's crazy too because like I can't for the life of me figure out like what's going on with the search engines either. Like I'm not sure if you guys have noticed this, but the search engines seem unusually biased as of late.
Oh, they're always like that. No.
Well,
I think
it's
the Americans
weirder,
are them.
It's weirder than normal though. So like let me kind of explain what I mean. So like I saw a news article that said something about like, you know, the Democrats' approval rating was an all-time low, right? And it was on like a website that I didn't really want to look at that particular moment. Like, you know, not maybe a source that I wasn't necessarily, you know, going to trust. So I Google searched, you know, like I just Google searched Democrats' approval rating all-time low, right?
Yeah.
The top like 3 articles had Trump in it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hold on a second. Like I didn't even type in the word Trump. Like Trump wasn't even in the sentence. I was like, how did I get like 3 articles at the top that were basically like Trump negative articles? They were all negative articles on Trump, right? But like I didn't even type in his name.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really
Yeah,
weird to see like them pop up and I didn't even type in his name.
That's a crazy thing because, as you said, even though the Democratic Party is in all-time low, the propaganda machine is still very strong. You know, that scares me a little bit.
Oh, I gotta
Because
go to the
people
restroom.
could be easily convinced back, maybe, you know, like.
Well, I mean, it didn't
I don't
work
know.
this time, so I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. Poopadootus, interrupt us. Big horn foul demons. That one snuck up on me. It's like the bubbling crude.
Ginger, I found a weird item.
Oh yeah,
that
how weird is it?
Have a look.
Link it. Link it. Link it. Yeah, but anyway, what I was saying is, like, it was really, I just thought it was really weird that I searched for something. Oh, corpse morn? I actually have a corpse morn. I actually have one of these already. I do. I got one in the stash. It's really weird to me though that I searched for something completely unrelated to Trump still and somehow ended up with a Trump like news article. I was like, wait a minute, did I even search for that? I don't think I searched for that.
Yeah, it's really bad with AI stuff too, how they code it.
I don't think I searched for that at all. It'd be like, what color is a Dalmatian? And then like it just comes up with like, Trump kills Dalmatians, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, okay, seems a little off topic, but.
Give me Dalmatian dog food information.
What the really weird thing about it is though is that like there's obviously an attempt to control the information and like thread the narrative in a specific direction, but like people aren't falling for it. Like we're not that stupid.
I think a lot of people do.
I mean, I feel like there's got to be some people to fall for it, just like with scams.
Yeah.
Like when you see those scams, you know, where like the person's like I'm Leonardo DiCaprio and I'm in I got injured and I need help with my medical bills.
Honestly, in my life, what I notice, it's like it's the older generation because they just believe like what's on the news is like, you know, gospel, and they just can't understand that, yeah, they're being propagandized.
Man, I'm starting to think that like maybe the news has been wrong my whole life.
Yeah, I stopped watching it in '96. That's when I realized something was wrong.
Maybe even further back than my whole life.
Oh yeah, and I think you're right. I think Tom Brokaw, I think it was all propaganda. It's funny, in Russian, pravda means truth, and during the Soviet Union, they had a newspaper called Pravda, right? And the population knew they were being propagandized, so they would say pravda niet pravda, like the truth is not the truth. They all knew they were being propagandized. So, but in the U.S., you don't have. It feels like so many people just don't even understand that.
I mean, it's. I
mean, a lot do.
I was telling
but
Joy that the other day. Like, Joy's from a completely different country, and I'm like, like, we don't trust the like mainstream media no more. I was like, we haven't trusted them for a long time. Like, it feels like ever since the internet came about, like where we could look things up ourselves and we could get like the facts. Like, we started to break out of that, you know, like, just trust everything the news organization says mentality. And then, like, as the internet became more and more popular and we started to be able to look things up easier, it just became less and less listen to the news organizations and more like fact check the news organizations. And oh my god, I think it reached its height with Trump. I think that's where they really started to like become really obvious. I think that was the crazy part.
Yeah.
Is like the news organizations started to get like really, really obvious. Like when they would just cut like 2 seconds of what Trump would say and then like take it out of context, and then some other organization would actually post the full thing. And so you would go and look it up and you would be like, okay, you know, did Trump actually say such and such? And they're like, well, yes, he did, but you know, like the full statement clearly shows that he is against like white supremacists. And then, like, on CNN's webpage, there would be, like, a 2-second clip of him saying that he loved white supremacists. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What weapon am I using? I'm using this beautiful thing, Zan. Beautiful. So very beautiful. Santos said when I worked for a newspaper and a company in New Jersey, I saw what they were doing in the editing room, and that's when I gave up on media in 1983.
Wow. Yeah, I was still brainwashed.
Yeah, he was literally condemning white supremacists in that quote, and then they just cut it and they made it look like he said they were like amazing boys or something. I can't remember. Took him completely out of context, which is, you know, that's just standard practice these days.
Yeah, but you know, that specifically, that one incident got a lot of people to kind of move sides. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, like from this is a third.
Well, it's because you see a news article, right? And like it happens to me all the time too. Like I'll see a news article, the news article has some outlandish headline, like, and I don't trust that news organization. So what do? I usually go on Google or whatever, and I like, you know, did such and such really say, you know, like blah blah blah, right? And then sure enough, I'll find like the full video somewhere that's actually like 30 seconds instead of 2 seconds, which says a completely different thing than what the article was saying. I think the mainstream news organizations are going to be like dying here eventually. I don't think they're going to survive for much longer. I feel like they're going to get usurped by a lot of smaller organizations, like YouTubers, podcasters like Joe Rogan, and a bunch of other things that aren't necessarily like top of the lists. You know, like multi-billion-dollar companies. I even heard that, like, in the press briefings and stuff like that, they're letting in, like, smaller YouTubers and content creators now.
Well, they're getting bigger. I mean, Joe Rogan's the biggest watched show on the planet, I think. Well, at least in Western. I don't know. I think China and India might have bigger.
I think X had a lot to do with people becoming unblinded.
Yeah.
Like freeing their eyes. What's the Star Trek quote? His eyes unfurled. Especially when they started doing the fact-checking stuff. I think that was really great. Like when somebody would post something blatantly that was a lie, and then they used to have like the fact-checking thing down at the bottom, the community notes.
The community notes was fact-checking the fact-checkers.
It was amazing.
That's so good.
to quote a famous Marxist presidential candidate about the truth coming out, what can be unburdened by what has been.
What'd you say?
Gold.
So that phrase specifically is Marxist propaganda from like the 30s.
I just didn't hear the phrase. I missed it somehow.
It's what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was Kamala's slogan during her campaign. I didn't know that was actually from Marxist.
Yeah. I guess supposedly also her father was like.
Oh yeah.
Was
a
Communist Party or
Marxist.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where she would have picked that up.
Well, anybody who says inflation comes from the greedy, store owners just doesn't understand. Well, and you know what? It's funny. They give the Federal Reserve the instruction to keep inflation under control. So it's literally the money printer that makes inflation go up, and at the same time they give the power to the Federal Reserve to control it. They're saying, "Oh, it's the greedy."
Well, yeah, inflation is something that happens from the people, but what you're talking about is money devaluation.
Yeah,
money
but they call
money
it inflation.
devaluation is a different form of inflation.
It's
entirely.
debasement, right?
That's
Yeah.
something that the government is responsible for. Money
But they
devaluation is what China's been using against us for the longest time. They devalue their currency, and like this, like imagine if somebody paid you 10,000, I don't know, yen, like from Japan, right? And then 10,000 yen is the equivalent of $5,000 in the United States. And then shortly after you got paid 10,000 yen, imagine then they like manipulated their currency so their 10,000 yen was only worth like 2,000 United States. Like, I mean, if a country's manipulating their currency in that way, like, there's really not much you can do about it. That's one of the things China's been doing to us for a long time, is currency manipulation. And, like, the United States isn't specifically doing that, but when we keep printing more and more money, like, we're devaluing our own currency by printing more money. It's just moral of the story there.
Yeah, but I agree with you, it is debasement, but they all call it inflation.
Yeah,
inflation should be only reserved for when there's a supply-demand shock, but they don't do that.
Well, like, inflation could happen in a bunch of ways. Like, say the minimum wage got raised to $25 an hour, then the amount of value that your money would have would go down because everybody's getting paid $25 an hour. They would start increasing the cost of the products, and then your money goes down in value, which is that's just normal. Like, that's where a lot of the like inflation and like devaluation of the currency started to happen recently, was when all the states and everything started to agree across the board that they wanted to increase the minimum wage to, what was it, like $15 an hour, like bare minimum. Because then you have everybody's getting paid more money, and it just gets handed down to the next person. Like, if you've got people in a factory and they're all making, $10 an hour, and then all of a sudden now they're making $15 an hour, the person's got to, like, push that cost onto the consumer who's buying the product, and so now your money is worth less. It always seems like a good deal in the beginning until the prices of products start raising like crazy. But that's just one way that inflation happens, and you're right. The other way is currency manipulation, which is completely different. But then again, if we weren't sending, like $50 million, or what was it? Was it 50 million or 50 billion? I can't even remember.
I think it's usually
$50 million to like Gaza, Africa for condoms. I mean, maybe we wouldn't have as much of an issue. Like, or spending like $20 million on Arab Sesame Street for Saudi Arabia. I mean, somewhere along the line, like, spending huge amounts of money overseas also negatively affects the value of our dollar as well. Especially when it just continually raises the overall debt in the United States.
Don't worry, it's debt that your kids and grandkids will pay.
I mean, I feel like we're paying it right now. Like,
oh yeah,
I feel like that's part of the issue, is that, like, even though it seems like it just gets handed down to the next generation,
yeah,
like,
it's a burden.
The value of the currency and everything that's in the United States at this particular moment is being affected by that. So, like, the higher that debt goes, the more money you're paying anyway.
Yeah. No, I was kidding about that. It's like who would want to leave their grandkids and kids burdened?
No, the amulet. Set amulet. Could be a
It's
Talrash's.
Cathans.
It's never a Talrash's. I think that's pretty much it for this one. He sent billions to Israel and Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think sending billions to Israel is a good thing. They are the only country in the middle of a whole bunch of countries that burn American flags, like burn Bibles, talk about killing Americans on a regular basis, and that if they actually had the opportunity, they would kill us just as soon as they would kill one of the people in Israel. And they act as a bulwark against that society for us. I hate to say it, but they're the tank in the party. Like, think about it like this. Israel is literally the tank in the middle of a huge group of monsters, and they are drawing aggro from these huge groups of monsters. And as long as they are in the center of this huge group of monsters drawing aggro, the rest of the world is safe. If Israel were to disappear one day and would not be in the middle of these group of monsters drawing aggro, they would just simply turn their attention to us. They would turn their attention to the rest of the world. I can almost guarantee you that. And the question is,
they already
would you want him to turn their attention to the rest of us, or do you want them to have their attention turned towards somebody that is defending themselves in the middle of them?
So are you aware that I believe it's Al-Qaeda released a video saying that they've created they've essentially created bomb vests that can defeat bomb sniffing dogs and our current TSA measures. So they have come up with explosive composites that dogs aren't currently trained on, and vests that have metals that aren't picked up by metal detectors.
I know that they can send people to other countries, and they have before. I mean, there's Twin Towers, there's terrorist bombings in the EU, there's all sorts of crazy stuff going on. But like, my point is that if you have a country in the Middle East that's a target, like Israel is, and I hate to say this, I don't want like anyone to get hurt, but they are literally a bulwark of civilization in an area that is determined to kill and murder civilization. It's sad to say it like that because they're getting bombed and they're getting killed on a regular basis, but like they're the focus. They're the ones that they hate so much.
Yes, but they're also treating Israel like a training ground right now. The operation on October 7th was coordinated by them, and then they used that practice for toppling Syria just recently. And they actually overtrained agents. I think they trained 10,000 or so, and they only needed like a third of that. So all the rest are being refocused on entering the United States.
Man, that's really
covertly.
It is really sad.
Yeah. So there's a former CIA analyst who she puts out a newsletter essentially outlining what her and all her former assets in the Middle East are uncovering day to day, and there's something coming. It's either this year or next year, and it's not going to be good.
And honestly, if you want a chance at stopping it, the best way to stop it is to be in that particular area. And Israel is in that area constantly, gathering intel, information all the time. Like, they have freaking dossiers on, like, more terrorists than we even know exists.
Well, yeah, because Pegasus, but
And working together with them is our best bet, honestly, to get these people under control.
so the training camps that Al Qaeda has right now, they know that, and one of the things that they're doing is there's no cell phones allowed in these camps. They're not allowed to
Yeah,
tell
no, they
each
were
other
using
their
pages.
names. Yeah,
Did you hear
no,
about
this is not even that. This is you're talking about.
I was talking about the pager
Lebanon.
incident, where
Yeah.
they literally started exploding the pagers because they knew they were
Yeah.
using those particular pagers, which
Yeah.
I thought was
This-
hilarious.
Al Qaeda is separate from Hezbollah, though. They're not working with Hezbollah at all. Al Qaeda is working with ISIS and the Taliban.
Have you heard of the Hannibal directive?
Mm-mm. What's that?
No.
They just admitted to that. Is Israel? I have a different point of view, but it's where they just admitted that they caused October 7th. They wanted to
They let it
stir the
happen like
fire.
we let it happen.
Yeah,
9/11.
yeah. They knew it was coming. They controlled the flame, is what they said.
Yeah.
They actually wanted wanted it to happen.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but when everybody thinks you're the enemy, and your enemy is literally plotting to kill you, and you have, like, an actual event happening that can prove to the world that you're not the enemy, and that they're trying to kill you. I mean, if you could potentially cause it to happen in a controlled way, which limits the loss of life as much as possible, and also catch those people in the act, I mean, it doesn't sound as insane as it, like, might at first.
Yeah, I mean the Hannibal the directive said that they actually carried it out themselves. That it wasn't even. I have a different experience. My dad's a Christian Christian Palestinian, and he left there in the 60s, and it was horrific what they did to him.
I mean, that
what they
thing's
did
been
to
going on.
his
It's been
family,
going
you know,
on since before, like,
well, World
Hitler
War II,
was in
right?
power. Before Hitler was in power.
Israel was created in World War II. It was it
was the British.
What was that it was the Zionists came to the British and said, we'll get the U.S. in on your side of World War II, but you have to give us this plot of land. I can't remember the name of the document. My brain doesn't work like it used to. Yeah, and actually Christians were the worst of all of it. Like if you weren't kind of Jewish, or if you didn't have, or if you weren't Islamic, you were kind of had a hard time with both sides. So the Christians were really abused there.
I don't think there's a single church in pretty much any of the Saudi Arabian countries, so that wouldn't be a surprise.
But they let my grandfather left with he just had the clothes on his back. That's all he had when he got. He had a bunch of kids, and I was like, man, that must have been so horrific. Like, I couldn't imagine by myself going to a country that I didn't speak the language, and let alone like taking a family and trying to reestablish a life. It sounds pretty hard.
And everything over there sounds difficult.
Yeah. No, and I just hate people dying on both sides. Like, I think it's terrible.
But I mean, I look at Israel, and if you look, Israel has mosques in it. Like, there's literally mosques in Israel.
Yeah, it's Jerusalem.
Where Muslims can worship. There's mosques all over the place. You look at Muslim countries, and there's not a single church. There's not a single what is it called for the Hebrews? I don't even know. Probably also a church.
Temple.
There's not a single synagogue like in any of the Muslim countries. I mean, you look at that from one perspective, and you go, okay, so in Israel there's there's mosques for Muslims to pray at and worship and continue their religion. But if you look in a Muslim country, there's not a single Christian church. There's not a single synagogue anywhere. I mean, I look at that and I immediately see the truth, which is one is completely unfeeling and hateful toward the other, and the other one is open and allows them to do whatever they want. I mean, non-Christians are referred to as Goya. I do know that. And there's a lot of nasty things that they say about Goyas. There's also that really weird book that's not biblical called the Talmud, which has also got some pretty crazy things in it. I don't really know how much stock you can take in something that's not actually written in the Bible, though.
All right, I think I'll get off. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Do we know when the next D-block is?
I don't know.
I didn't see any. I looked. There was one this morning. So.
Yeah, there was one yesterday morning and one this morning.
I didn't see another one listed. But
So, Ginger, as far as I know, the Talmud isn't meant as a religious text. It's like it's a book of laws.
It's like,
yeah, isn't that an Israeli? That's an Israeli text, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like
the rabbis.
I mean,
use
the
it as-
rabbis
yeah.
making interpretations of the Bible, but not necessarily the Bible itself. And of course, only the Old Testament, because that's the only one that they follow. So it's like having a professional give his opinion on something, and then following the professional's opinion on like the correct interpretation of the way that the text was written or something. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the correct interpretation, just that what that rabbi at that particular time interpreted the text to mean, which is kind of weird.
Well, it's also like the basis of like Blackstone's formulation, which is where we get all of the laws that govern our country.
One socket.
Was the Talmud?
Yeah, so Blackstone's formulation came from a bunch of law books written by like religious groups, essentially, and like the keystone of it is the whole like better like like I think our modern interpretation is 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man suffer. That whole idea.
Yeah, you're not guilty until proven.
Yeah.
Not guilty until proven guilty.
Innocent until proven
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
In other places, it's guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree to a point, Darkado, but when you're surrounded on all sides by enemies that want to kill you, and if given the opportunity to, totally would, it's kind of a different situation entirely. I don't think any of us really has the right to judge a situation like that. I mean, imagine you were sitting on a rock and then surrounding you on all sides is wolves, and the wolves are very hungry and they want to eat you, and there's not much that you're going to be able to do to convince them otherwise. What would you do to get out of that situation? What would you do to keep your family safe? Because they're on the rock with you. It's just one of those just horrible situations. Which again, I go back to and I say, like, they're literally sitting in the middle of nowhere surrounded by enemies. I say it's in our best interest to keep them going, because those are the same enemies that want to kill us. They're not all enemies, no, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them there. A lot of them.
Part of the issue with it too is if we stop giving them stipulations for the things that we're giving them, like we can't control how brutal they become towards the rest of the Middle East. Like there's a story of an American Special Forces guy who went in with Mossad to clear out some of the houses that were left after October 7th, and they found a family. The husband and wife were zip tied together at the forearms. They were both, we'll say, sexually mutilated, and they were found in the kitchen with their newborn child burnt to death in the oven. So, I don't know about you, but if something like that happened in the US, no one could hold us back because no one would be able to give us enough money to not go just eviscerate an entire continent.
I mean, yeah, there's absolutely horrible things that have been happening over there. Like when they had that one girl that they literally just like raped and killed and then paraded around in a truck for like the next freaking 24 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a certain, what's it called? It's a term for it in the Bible. Righteous indignation.
Yeah.
There's a whole story in the Bible that talks about, what was it? I don't remember the name of the country because I don't want to get it wrong. It was the Persians, I think, at that particular time period, which would be, God, what was the name? We'll start with a B. Bom, bom, bom.
Ooh, Viper Magi.
Nice.
No. Anyone have a Zod?
I found ethereal ones and wore them, and they lasted almost the whole season.
What's the name of that freaking country? Anyway, there's like a whole Bible verse that talks about like the countries around it rising up against it, and I mean there's some horrible stuff in there, like babies dashed on rocks and women's raped and all sorts of other crazy things. Talking about like the fall of the empire, and I think it was Babylon or the Babylonian Empire, or maybe I'm just remembering wrong. But basically, it was all of Persia that rose up against. Like they were horrible. They were horrible to every nation they ever had. They took slaves and killed people constantly, and then finally, like after decades and decades of like mistreatment of the entire continent, basically just rose up against them and just utterly smote them from existence. And like the whole like verse in the Bible that talks about it is crazy. And it talks about righteous indignation, which is basically where a people rise up against an oppressor, and they just, it doesn't really like matter like what happens in that moment. Like they're literally just getting back for everything that was done to them for years and years and years. And in this particular case, it wasn't the Christians that were doing it. It was actually the Persians and basically the surrounding countries that were getting back against Babylon.
Yeah, but right and wrong is depending on what side of a line you're on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, whoever wrote the book after the war is over. Yeah.
I mean, just even the whole Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you could argue that's the same thing. Like both of them would feel the same way.
I mean, I can't agree.
But
when somebody goes into somebody's household and zip ties their family together and puts their baby in an oven, that person is wrong no matter what side they're on. Doesn't matter whose god they worship.
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't
that's
matter what side of the
that's
line
saying
they're
that
on.
it's
They
that's
put a
an
baby in
absolute
an oven
true
and they killed
story.
it.
But how do you know it's an absolute true story? That's one thing. And then
There's video evidence.
Yeah, but I'm saying horrible people do horrible things, but you're applying it to somebody that you don't know actually needs it applied to. Like, I don't know how to say that differently.
I mean, basically, all I'm saying is that an evil act is an evil act. It doesn't matter what the justifications are.
I agree with you. It's horrific, but what I'm saying is, like, so if the U.S. was given in World War II to Nazi Germany, right, and then they piled all Americans into one area, and then they said you're going to live here, and we're going to control you. You're going to be second-class citizens, and they, for 3 generations, you're kept like that. Then. And I don't condone violence. I'm really against it in all terms. But I'm saying, like, if you think of that situation, then you would feel this righteous indignation. A lot of people would feel that way, of saying, well, we've been enslaved on our own property. It's kind of like the Native Americans.
I mean,
it's like,
if you want to go back that far, let's go back even further to the Crusades then. Because during the Crusades, the Crusades were literally just the EU defending itself against the Muslims, attacking them and raping them and killing them and murdering them on a regular basis. The Muslims basically kept coming, and they kept coming, and they kept coming, and they kept murdering and pillaging.
Oh, wasn't
the
Christians
over.
going to
The Christians didn't go in there to stop anything until after the Muslims had taken over multiple countries, killed and raped thousands upon thousands of people, and eventually, after having huge amounts of dead and countries lost, they finally decided to do something about it, and that's where the Crusades came from. Without the Crusades, the entirety of EU would be Muslim right now. So where do we end it? Where do we go back far enough and say, okay, well, the Muslims were basically just trying to take over the entire EU, so we went into there to stop them, and then finally, like, after we stop them, we end up looking like the bad guys. But if you look at the actual history of it, like, all we did was go in there to defend ourselves, and we pushed them back far enough that they weren't invading every single country that they could touch.
I learned it differently. I learned it that the Crusades were the Christians going to the Holy Land, going to the birthplace of Christ, and wanting to be there, and more being the aggressors, but I might be wrong. So, I mean, that's what I remember learning in school.
The Crusades were a response to over 400 years of Muslim expansion and killing and murdering of basically everyone that they could possibly kill and murder. It was a direct response to that. I mean, you can look it up on the internet.
Yeah,
anywhere you want to look up. Is it true that the Crusades were a response to 400 years of Muslim aggression and expansion into Christian lands? I even heard that Muslims at one point had conquered 2/3 of what was back then Christian land in the 7th to the 8th century. I mean, it's crazy because they'll spin it any way they want to spin it, but the truth is that they were literally conquering, like, all of the known worlds at one point. And the only thing that the EU could do was to push them back, basically push them back where they came from.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah, I could see under that framework, that mental framework, like, why the push to contain the Muslims would be so strong.
I mean, I've heard your side of the story too. Like, if you look up the actual details of it, it's not so black and white.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was saying about that Bible quote. It's always going to be depending on what side of the line you're on, because I mean, my first history teacher in high school said it's his story. Just remember that, And it's.
Let's say that the Muslim people are attacking you. You're in the 7th and 8th century, okay? They're attacking you. They've sacked the country next to you. They're coming into your country. You're beseeching your king to defend you. He's looking for any and all avenues to help. He contacts France. He contacts England. They're sending in troops to try and push back the Muslim armies, and they're looking for allies. Who is an ally that would help them versus an incurring enemy? It would be the Hebrews. The Hebrews were an enemy of the Muslims too. So you look at it from that perspective and you say, okay, they want to fix this problem. They want to stop the Muslims from invading their country. And who's an ally that we can use in that cause? And they have an ally, a ready-made ally right off the bat who wants to get their homeland back that they're claiming as their own. So you're helping the Israelis get back their country while at the same time protecting yours. Ooh, a sacred armor. Come on, Tyraels. 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 It's a TZ, it could be Tyraels. Ah, it's a yucky Templar's Might. Ew.
Also, none of us were alive back then, so we don't know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
What we reported.
No, of course not. We only have what was in
So
the
that's
history
the whole,
books.
yeah, his story kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, you could also look at like the yearly death counts too, and find out what those deaths are attributed to in each city in the country. That's usually a pretty good way of figuring out where a war took place, who was the losing side. Man, I can't believe that Viper dropped Ethereal.
You're the second one in the clan that how that happened to you this season.
Did it even get good stats?
I didn't look. I didn't even ID it yet. Hold on.
Your data is too irritating.
It's gonna be perfect.
Time to upgrade it in Zod.
Do you have to upgrade before?
No, you don't have to upgrade it before he's on it.
Rolled 25.
25. Yuck.
Yeah.
It's not
And
even
the
good.
DR. Yeah, the magic DR is 10 too.
You can pay somebody on Traderie to take it from you.
What, like a hell rune?
You pay them a hell run to take it from you.
Yeah, I guess my ultimate thing is I don't like death and war, and I always think like, is there another way that this can be handled? You know,
International law. International law states that all agreed upon borders as of like 1970, I believe, are to stand. Which is why Russia's claim that, like, historically these lands, but yeah, cool. But you agreed in 1970 that the current borders would stand. So, sorry.
Well, Russia's entire problem is that
It's
the
the UN
USSR collapsed, and so there's a whole lot of problems. It's not quite as cut and dry as all that. I mean, that's the entire problem with Ukraine. It was that in the 90s, after the USSR collapsed, Ukraine still had the USSR's nuclear bombs, like in a new USSR facility, like on their property, and they wanted them back.
And the Russian capital used to be Kiev. Yeah, I know all that too, but it's just so frustrating. It's like all of these expansionist countries that still exist for some reason, like China too. China has this whole thing as well, where it's like you guys agreed on your borders. You every once in a while you can mutually agree with another nation, like, hey, we would like to combine with you. Do that. Exchange money. Exchange, something. But you don't need to kill millions of people in order to make that happen. When your leadership is so weak that you have to kill millions of people to get your way, you failed the nation.
I don't think Ukraine's issue is so cut and dry. I think Ukraine is just right on the border of Russia, and just like the United States wouldn't like Russia on the border of the American country, like Russia doesn't want NATO on its border either for the very similar reasons.
Well, yeah. I mean,
And I think that
it
was
all
actually
goes
part
back
of
to
the
Clinton.
agreement. They actually made an agreement, and the agreement stated that
It was.
Ukraine would stay neutral and out of NATO, and that they would abide by the agreement. At which point, Ukraine did not follow. They were like, "No, we're not going to stay neutral, and we want to join NATO." Which some
Well, yeah,
people
and
have
that
said,
is because
like
of
that should
Clinton.
be their right. But if it was part of the agreement that they stay neutral and out of NATO, and they didn't, at what point do we say to ourselves, "Are we the bad guys that aren't upholding our side of the agreement?"
Yeah.
I mean, if we're supposed to be the good guys, at the very least, the good guys are supposed to honor their word. And honestly, we've been on record multiple times saying that not only did we have no intention of honoring our word, that we literally entered into agreements with Russia with the express purposes of betraying those agreements.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then
I don't understand. Like, are we the good guys or are we the bad guys here?
Oh, we're the bad guys
don't know.
there. Yeah.
Like,
we
I don't understand.
we forced a coup in
We
Ukraine.
destabilized the
Oh,
government,
yeah.
which is the
and
same
installed
exact thing that
Zelensky.
happened in frickin' Fidel Castro with the whole like nuclear missile crisis.
Yeah.
You understand that it's literally identical. I was talking about this the other day. I'm like, the Russian nuclear missile crisis that happened in Cuba is almost identical to what's going on in Ukraine right now. So, so we destabilized Fidel Castro's regime and almost caused his entire government to collapse. At which point, Russia comes to their aid and goes, "Hey, we have nuclear bombs. We can help you out. You'll never have to fear anything from the United States again. Just take our nukes and you'll be fine." Then, America was like, "Hey, hell no. We don't want nuclear bombs, like right off the coast of the United States where they can launch them at us at any time. Like, that's just not acceptable." Like you having nukes over there in Russia is completely different than you having nukes, like what is it, like 30 miles off the coast of Florida? I don't know how far Cuba is. I'm just making it up. But like it was a big deal, right? And so now Russia's like in the same exact situation. We destabilized freaking Ukraine's government, same exact thing we did with freaking Fidel Castro's regime. Then Ukraine, Russia's like, "Well, wait a minute. We don't want, like an enemy that close to us. Like, you're literally converting Ukraine into an enemy, and we don't want an enemy that close to us. And also, they have nukes. Like, give us our nukes back and promise that they won't be an enemy, and we'll leave them alone." And they gave the nuke backs, but they still tried to become an enemy. And then, did you see Macron? Like the French president Macron, he's literally has an announcement out, and he's like, "I want to put nuclear bombs in all of the NATO countries."
Yeah, which is stupid. So, like, okay, you can launch a nuke from any country, and 6 minutes later, anywhere else in the world would be evaporated. But there's no point, because of how nuclear weapons work. There's no point in putting nukes in a country directly neighboring another country if you want to hold that country down. Like, nukes in France will get there just as fast.
I mean,
as
I can
nukes
agree
in-
from the standpoint of launching them, but I can't agree from the standpoint of like sneaking them into the country covertly.
Well, yeah. I
Like,
mean,
like if Cuba had nuclear bombs, they could much more easily sneak those into the United States covertly than Russia could, having nuclear bombs all the way across the world. And the same thing goes for Ukraine. If Ukraine had nuclear bombs or had access to nuclear bombs through NATO, it would be much easier for them to sneak nuclear bombs across the border into Russia than it would be to launch them. Like, you're absolutely correct. Launching them can be done from anywhere. But, like, who needs to launch them when you can sneak one into the capital of Russia and explode it covertly? The closer you are, the easier that becomes.
well, yes, but like, I think their main concern is like a military base. I think that the nuke thing is like a hot button thing that, like, oh, this will grab headlines. But I think
what I
like, a
think their
ground
main
invading
concern
force-
is that I don't think I've ever heard. I think most of Russian assets are sold through the southeastern part of Ukraine. They go, so most of their
their
everything
oil
they
and all that stuff.
export,
Yeah.
goes down through the bottom part of Ukraine,
which is also
and
an
they
issue.
knew if NATO took control of that they would basically have them by the balls.
Well, they
and
already
they couldn't
had the
let
Donbass.
that
though.
happen.
They took the Donbass, and in 2014.
Yeah, but
So-
it's all that. It's what they focused on. Like if you look at the war map, you can see like where they went, and I think it was very strategically done that
They
way.
tried to invade from like 3 different directions at the very beginning.
Yeah, but you can still see where they focused on. I mean, I would do the same thing. Like if I wanted a certain territory, I would kind of go everywhere and then focus on something.
Didn't they take Crimea first?
They took I mean, if you look at the map, it's really the southeast. It's most the Russian-speaking areas that they took. But it was the southeast, and I think that's the reason they did it. I'm not sure. I mean, no one's come out and said that, but I feel like it's like if we had to send all our products through Mexico to go out to the rest of the world, and then Mexico was going to go in an alliance with, Russia and China to defend against us attacking them at any point, we'd be like, no, that's not okay. We're not cool with that.
Well, and they'd be losing if they were forced to turn over the area that they took in the 20 teens. They'd be losing a naval base as well, which is, that's billions of dollars right there.
The collapse of the USSR is very messy. It's a very messy thing.
Yeah.
They owned a lot of property. White Monarch. If anybody actually still needs a Monarch this time. I gotta get out of here soon. I gotta go to work. I got another like 15 minutes.
Should I grab it for somebody, just in case, or?
I mean, just drop in a swampy, I guess, in case anybody needs it.
Yeah. I think you're right. It's probably late.
Yeah, when Macron said he wanted to put nukes in all the NATO countries, I was like, holy Jesus.
Well, because they're worried about this campaign finishing even after the war ends there.
But I think I think that's kind of ties back into the whole Israeli thing is after World War II, after the World War I and World War II, I think most states realized that you can't really take over a country, because if you do, it just leads to a lot of hostility by the population.
Yeah.
And so that's even why like Israel's really pushing to get the Palestinians out of Israel, is because that's what they need. You can't keep a population subdued. They're just going to keep coming back and fighting you all the time. And I think, I think Russia's all states kind of understand that. So to say like I don't believe the fact that Russia's going to push into every European nation and do all this stuff. I just don't see that as
Russia hasn't
really
attacked any NATO countries yet.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Well, the problem they're facing now is their economies become so destabilized that once things once things normalize for them, like once the war is over, they're going to have a huge economic crash. So the theory would be that they have to continue the war and bring it to the other strong economies in the region, so that they're all on a similar state, so that they don't absolutely collapse 100%. That's just a little blip in the market. It's the same reason we have open trade agreements with Canada and Mexico. It's so that Canada and Mexico's economies can grow while ours diminish. So we're all trading on a relatively equal dollar.
Moonbox.
Now I want a moon buy. That's the wrong right.
No, I did kind of laugh when they were criticizing the EU. EU was making this big old fuss about supporting Zelensky. And I think what did Trump say? He said you spend more money on gas and oil from Russia than you do supporting Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're buying, I mean, they're basically dependent on them at this particular point in time.
Remember when Trump said that to him in his first term? He sent it to Germany. He's like, you're putting your balls in their hands. Like, you should really reconsider what you're doing with Russia. And they laughed at him.
Oh, Germany is awful right now in terms of like codependence in other
see
countries.
That 60-minute?
Did you see where they destroyed all their nuclear power plants? Like, they literally demolished all their nuclear power plants, and now they're like completely dependent on outside sources for like electricity and energy requirements.
Yeah, France is, with their nuclear power plants, are powering Germany.
Yeah, like the other countries are literally powering Germany because Germany just demolished all their nuclear power plants for some reason.
They were doing like clean coal for like 20 years, which was crazy. And then they all of a sudden are no longer energy independent. It's so stupid.
Like, the entire country is literally dependent on other countries at this point for energy sources. I'd be like if the United States was just completely dependent on Canada for electricity, and like we're just like, oh, you know, like, and then we get into a war with Canada, and Canada's just like, all right, just like, boop, turns off the switch, and the entire United States goes dark. It just seems crazy to me. And yeah, France apparently didn't follow suit, kept their nuclear power plants intact, and now they're literally powering like most of the EU that dismantled all their frickin' plants.
Meanwhile, every year China builds more nuclear power plants than we have power plants in the entire country.
I mean,
or nuclear
the amount
power
of people
plants.
they need it.
Yeah.
So why did they dismantle the nuclear power plants?
It's a clean energy.
Isn't nuclear
all that
power literally clean energy?
Yeah,
nuclear power is the cleanest energy there is.
Yeah.
Like, I remember reading articles about it, and like, yeah, there is nuclear waste, but they were talking about like per pound, per like burning coal, per you know, like ounce of plutonium or whatever. Like, that nuclear power plants are by far the cleanest out of all of them.
Yeah. And once part of that is because once the cores are depleted, they can be recycled with like 90% efficiency. So it's like, and then once they're like completely depleted, there's other things we can use them for. We can make batteries out of them. Like, it's so stupid. And yet they're burying all the nuclear waste. It's like, you can reuse that. What are you doing? But almost every country in the world has this policy where they're not allowed to recycle nuclear waste. They have to dispose of it.
You can even make nuclear bombs from nuclear waste. That's why Iran having nuclear facilities, nuclear power plants, is so dangerous. Because you can generate weapons-grade plutonium from power plants.
And that's why Stuxnet happened.
Does anybody else have any doubt that if frickin' Iran actually got a nuclear bomb, that they wouldn't hesitate to use it? Because I don't have any doubt. Like, I feel like they would use it like as soon as they got their hands on it.
I wouldn't think so, but
There's
I mean, it was like the weapons of mass destruction. Remember, like they claimed that he was going to do it, and it was just to get in there. It was total.
Yeah,
because you got to think like these countries are like, they're like pimples on the size of an elephant's ass, you know, and it's like.
I remember
like, just
reading
think
the reports of them going there, and they had a very sizable amount of plutonium, weapons-grade plutonium.
Yeah.
No,
but
they
the
came out
only
and admitted it.
Yeah,
I mean, they held one of the scientists literally held it in his hands.
Yeah, it was all fake.
Nature's peace. Dang it.
That's pretty much it for this. But like, it's the same thing with Macron trying to put
what I'm
nuclear
saying, if
bombs
they
in the
do
hands of
it,
every
like
NATO country, like I don't.
They would be annihilated in a second. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
They've already done it multiple times.
They've
They literally have fired off
nuked
like
countries?
missiles and drones and like freaking long range missiles and sidewinders at other countries, and they've been retaliated against like dramatically. Like they never learned their lesson. They did it just recently. They literally just fired off as many freaking like missiles and bombs as they could possibly fire off. Like the idea that they wouldn't fire off a nuke if they had one is ludicrous. They totally
This the
would.
way?
Like if they had one, they would totally
no,
do
it's
it.
not.
No, this is pretty much
This
it.
is not terrorized towns.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest scary thing is putting nuclear bombs in the hands of people that you know are actually going to use it or that aren't properly going to secure them. That's another entire concern. Would they even properly secure them so that they wouldn't be stolen by a freaking terrorist?
Yeah, and also like I don't trust every NATO country with nuclear weapons. Like, are you serious? Like, you can't give Germany a nuke, guys. Come on.
Germany doesn't already have nukes?
No. France does, though. You think Germany would be allowed to have
That's
nukes?
Macron was the one making the statement.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I don't know, there's that old Star Trek thing, the Prime Directive. Like, the countries have to be able to produce the technology on their own. They can't just give them technology. You artificially advance the civilization past the point, like, that you're just asking for trouble. I mean, isn't that literally the definition of artificially a country? Artificially pushing a country past its normal point? Let's just give them all nukes. What could go wrong?
Yeah, so far in the EU, it's just the UK and France.
But the UK can't fire them without us. They don't have, like, they own the head, but we own the rocket. I want a
Doesn't
summoning skills
Raytheon
druid.
own the nukes?
Does somebody want that?
Summoning skills druid?
Yeah.
I will take a summoning skills druid, Sam I am. That way I can summon my Spirit of the Bobs one higher level of all. And get even more attack. 1182!
That's pretty good.
Would you mind me asking your thoughts on what's happening now? You articulated firm opinions, just being curious. What do you mean? What are you asking about specifically? Only a few states. I don't know what the question is. Like, are you talking about Ukraine? Are you talking about Israel? Are you talking about, like, the world in general? Like... I mean, a lot of scary stuff is happening all across the EU. They got so many.
Yeah.
They got so many immigrants coming into the country. I don't know how they're maintaining their national identity.
They're not.
Like, how do you maintain your country and who you are and what you stand for when, like, the majority of your population is being replaced?
Ireland's been completely recolonized.
Yeah, it's like your entire country is being recolonized. Like, how do you even maintain that? Canada and USA stuff? I mean, I don't know what to say about Canada and USA stuff. I was watching that movie with John Candy a while ago. Kind of made me laugh. Apparently there's a scene in there where John Candy's in the middle of a hockey stadium and he's drinking like a Canadian beer and he utters the words, "Man, this beer sucks." and every Canadian inside the like the Thunderdome basically like takes offense to that, and literally charges him and starts punching his ever-loving daylights out. And the general joke of the meme is that Canadians have a very strong national pride, and that insulting their beer was like just the little bit too far. Like you know how Canadians are generally perceived as very kind and very
Yeah.
very you know, like patient people in general, but like when you insult their nationality, like that is a step too far. And it kind of made me laugh because it made me think of what's going on right now. Is that like I feel like the Canadians feel like their nationality has been insulted, and they're literally just coming back like Wolverines. In the like, if you go watch the movie, the whole movie's hilarious. It has to do with like the sitting president is trying to get like reelected in the next 4 years, and he literally had an idea of like going to like a Cold War with Canada. Essentially, that was his whole entire plan. Was he wanted to do like a Cold War with Canada, and in the process, like re-win the presidency by getting the American people behind him in a Cold War against Canadians. And like the whole show is just absolutely silly. Like frickin' John Candy and his ally go into the frickin' Canadian territory to like rescue their wife, and the wife is like being given free healthcare and like free psychiatric evaluation at like a nearby Canadian hospital, and she ends up like breaking out. The whole thing is just absolutely silly. Like it portrays the Canadians in the most friendly light, but then like as soon as the Canadians' nationality is insulted, like all hell breaks loose. Fists are flying everywhere, and I don't know. So it just cracked me up. I was like, are we in the John Candy movie right now? Like somebody insulted the Canadians' nationality, and so now the Canadians are really mad at us. We're getting in fist fights in the middle of the hockey arena. Don't say Canadian beer sucks. Like the police are literally taking him to the car, and he literally says, "I don't understand what the big hubbub was about." He goes, "All I said was Canadian beer sucks," and literally the police officer starts punching him in the face, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, this is insane. What was the name of that movie? It was it's the John Candy Canada. Is it called Canadian Bacon? It might actually be called Canadian Bacon. I think it is actually called
I've
Canadian
never heard
Bacon.
of it. That's funny.
Yes, it's called Canadian Bacon. John Candy Canadian Bacon. You want to know how I feel about the Canadian-U.S. conflict going on? That's how I feel about the Canadian-U.S. conflict. It's right there in the Canadian Bacon movie.
I think Trump might make a deal with Alberta to get out of Canada, and if he does that, then Canada collapses as a country.
I mean, I will say this: if Canada can't stand on its own without the United States, then something's wrong. It's the same thing we were just talking about with Germany not being able to like fund its own electrical sources. There is definitely something to be said about interdependence with each other and helping each other out, but your country should also be able to take care of itself in an emergency. You know, like what would happen if like nuclear bombs came in and like obliterated the United States from existence? Like, are you saying that Canada would just collapse without us? Like, that seems kind of silly.
Yeah, I think everyone would benefit. I think it should be like a whole continent thing. I think Mexico, the United States, and Canada should all become one nation. And I don't necessarily think that we should. I think we should renegotiate our constitution.
I mean, Canada ain't got nothing to fear from the United States. I don't even know why they would even think that. Really, all we want is like safer borders from drug infestation, which, I mean, it was like 45 pounds of fentanyl came across that we know of, and that's enough to kill like 1 million citizens of the United States. But let's not even like go there, okay? Mexico, on the other hand, is the real source of everything, and so is China, apparently. And all those drugs coming in are specific. They're specific reasons. I mean, we can't do anything specifically about China sending us drugs. We're gonna have to like do our best to stop it, like coming in on the ships and whatnot. But Mexico, with all the drug cartels, like, why has
They
that
own the
situation?
government.
Why has that situation been allowed to continue? Like, can you imagine if your neighbor just was like a drug, cartel leader, and you're like he just lives right next to you, and you just don't do anything about it? Like, it seems insane that the United States would not like stop and do something about it. And whether Mexico agrees or not, and I hate to say it this way because it needs to be said this way, like, you cannot have something like that happening directly next to you in that way that is directly affecting all of the United States on a regular basis. Like, it's insane. And it's been going on for way too long. Way too long. I was super excited when Trump designated the cartels as terrorist organizations. I was like, maybe something's actually going to happen now. Maybe they'll actually go in there and start actually trying to take care of some of these like drug cartels that are literally just funneling fentanyl, like marijuana, cocaine, freaking everything else in the world they can funnel to us like on a regular basis.
Do you know why they're labeled terrorist organizations?
So that the United States can bring the military to bear against them.
Because they've received training from our CIA.
CIA's got his hands in everything, which is horrible.
So great. It's like almost every group on the terror watch list, or like that's been declared terrorist, has all of its leaders trained by the CIA.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's like, guys, why are you doing that? We wouldn't have any terrorist groups if you didn't train people to become terrorists. What are you doing?
Covert operations. You need to be sold. Does Ginger have a natural 75% cold resistance? I'm about to die from heat over here. Need some heat resistance.
So, yeah.
I need some fire resistance. That's what I need.
Don't gingers have natural damage reduction?
I got no fire. Gingers have no fire resistance. We burst into flames when we go outside in the sunlight. We just burst into flame. We got negative fire resistance. We start freckling up.
Ooh. 25 to strength. That's a pretty dope amulet that someone found. Woo.
Jams.
What's your shift, Ginger? Like, how long does it last?
I gotta work 10, so I gotta get out of here soon here. And then,
when are you off, typically?
Well, whenever I'm finished, basically.
Oh, wow.
I mean, sometimes that's earlier than normal, and sometimes that's later than normal. I don't know. I think I'm gonna be there all night tonight, because I gotta sort the box, and I'm covering for the boss, and the boss isn't gonna be there, so I gotta do more work than normal. Tis the poopies.
Sounds like it.
I totally didn't mean for today's stream to become the political discussion of the universe over here.
Solving the problems of the world on Ginger's stream.
It's also stupid.
Yeah.
So dumb.
I just don't like. I feel like there's definitely something to be said for like a hatred of the USSR, which is being like pushed over into Russia. And I'm not saying that the Russia isn't USSR, and I'm not saying that Russia is USSR, but there's definitely something to be said as far as for like the EU is using the war with Ukraine as a way to like punch Russia in the dick. For whatever reason, they decided that they needed to punch Russia in the dick. They just decided that they needed to do that, and like, I mean, I get it. Like, it makes sense, but there's millions of people that are dying. Like,
65 million Russians died, so Germany wouldn't conquer all of Europe. So
yeah, they were the saviors of World War II. I mean,
which is insane because everybody's like, "Oh, the U.S. saved the U.K. What a turn of events!" It's like, bro, the entire battle essentially took place in Russia. Like,
yeah, it's horrific. War's horrific, though. I just can't stand it.
I mean, it's just, I'm just saying, like, as of today, like, it's just kind of what's going on over there. Like, they want the conflict to continue. And I hate to say it that way because it makes them sound like warmongers, but maybe they are warmongers. Like, they want the conflict to continue. And I'm not just talking about Russia. I'm talking about Europe. I'm talking about France. I'm talking about freaking Ukraine. They want the conflict to continue. Because the longer it continues, the more they can give Russia a black eye, and that's what it honestly seems to be boiled down to. And it's not necessarily that maybe Russia does deserve a black eye. Maybe they don't. I was like, but you're fighting with somebody else's people. You're fighting with somebody else's human beings. They're not yours. You're doing a proxy war. Isn't that what it's called? When you use another country to fight a war for you that you would rather not fight yourself, it's a proxy war. Alright, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to work or I'm gonna be late.
Bye, Ginger.
Have a good one, Ginger. Yeah.
That's how I feel about that. Alright, guys and gals, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for today's video. I'm sorry it devolved into political conversation, though. That is generally not my my cup of tea. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.